In the landscape of higher education in the 21st century, Unisa stands out. We are the largest university on the African continent with more than 300,000 students, offering a wide range of study choices of incomparable value through our distance learning mode of delivery. We draw on a unique heritage with its roots founded in 1873, initially as an examining body, but later the first university to teach exclusively by means of distance education, and today the continental leader in open distance learning. We remember our study materials traveling to a small island, a remarkable one, Robben Island, where the likes of Nelson Mandela and many other iconic figures of the liberation struggle of our country found a lending hand to leadership and a way to define their futures and that of our country. Today, through various leading centers of African scholarship, such as the Thabo Mbeki African Leadership Institute, the African Institute of Renaissance Studies, and the Archie Mafeje Research Institute, we help to shape thought pioneers and the African leaders of tomorrow. When we look ahead, we see digital learning, online education, with technology as our ally in accelerating the socio-economic and political rejuvenation of our continent. Distance education and e-learning can reach further, faster and more efficiently. Through our core activities of teaching and learning, research and innovation, and community engagement with significant societal impact, we give shape and content to our vision of the African University shaping futures in the service of humanity. As South Africa's most productive university, we train 50% of South Africa's teachers and produce close to a third of South Africa's chartered accountants, and a growing community of researchers includes more than 10,000 master's and doctoral students with 1,850 academic staff. We are serious about science, research and innovation, and at our science campus in Johannesburg, we apply science to help solve some of society's most protracted problems. Considering the huge number of students who have passed through our doors over the past years, Unisa has graduated the rich and famous and the poor and famous, and of course, the game changers. Most of our graduates are ordinary men and women whose commitment and diligence have enabled them to go and do extraordinary things with their lives. We draw together a community of stakeholders in an irrevocable destiny to shape our country and lead our continent to strive for social justice, to foster excellence and integrity. At times, we are referred to as the University on the Hill, with its roots firmly embedded in communities. Higher education is a daunting and challenging endeavor in the 21st century, with new challenges and demands at every turn. We will continue to shape the future of our people, our country, and the continent. We are more than just a university. We define tomorrow.
Oh, very good morning to each one of you. Thank you, students, for joining us on this very special day as we launch the DTSFL, the Department of Tuition Support and Facilitation of Learning, the Semester 2 2022 orientation session. So this is a virtual workshop that we've designed specifically for you. And it's our pleasure at this time to actually provide this insights that will help you to ease into the next semester as you join us. For those students that are joining us for the very first time at Unisa, welcome, and to our returning students, welcome to you as well. My name is Denzel Chetty, and I'm going to serve as your program coordinator for this exciting day ahead of us. Together with me, I have my co-facilitator, Ms. Sophie Mabaza, who is also producing the sign language for us. So thank you, Sophie, for joining us and offering your services. So welcome, students, once again, and I'm hoping that you are relaxed, excited for what we have ahead of the day for you. So the purpose of today's workshop, as you know, Unisa is a comprehensive open distance learning institution, e-learning institution, a CODEL institution, as we call it. And one of the critical parts or components of our institution is student support. And as you can see right at the beginning of the semester, we want to provide you with a type of orientation, but also expose you to some of the key support avenues that we have at Unisa so that you can ease into the semester. In the program, we have today some key speakers, academics, we have members of the support staff, and we also have some directors and managers that have taken the time off to really engage with you as part of this critical deliverable today. So sit back, relax. As you can see on the screen, we have the program up ahead, and we cover a variety of topics that will provide that critical information that you need as you start engaging with the university. How this works, colleagues? Ladies and gentlemen, we have two platforms that we are using. So we have the Microsoft Teams live event that some of you are on at the moment, and then we are also broadcasting on the YouTube channel. So if you find that there are difficulty or you have any challenges on the live events, please swap over to the YouTube and you will also be able to engage us. Now, how this works is that you will find that we do not have cameras and microphones where you can engage us, but we've enabled the chat facility. So the chat facility allows you to post your comments, post your questions, and we have a dedicated team of colleagues as usual. If you are familiar with our student orientation sessions and our workshops, these are colleagues who are experts in the field and can really provide you that strategic information that you need. So post your comments, your comments, your questions, and we will engage you on that chat. And as you know, we also will have a Q&A session where we will field some of the major questions that have dominated the day, and we will then respond to some of those questions as well. So please feel free. This is your space. We are here to give you as much information as we can so to assist you to make this transition into the next semester. Now, it's my pleasure as we start the program to invite our Acting Executive Director for the Department of Tuition Support and Facilitation of Learning, one that really has student support at the heart of what she does, and a passion that actually drives much of her endeavors within the university. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together, a virtual applause for our Acting Executive Director of DTSFL, Professor Magano, as she officially welcomes you and set the context for the day. Thank you very much, Prof, and welcome today.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Dr. Denzel Chetty. I am so excited to meet with our students. I also want to welcome Ms. Sophie Mabaso, our sign language interpreter, the stakeholders that are so important, and our clients, our students. A warm welcome on the 1st of August as we are commencing with our orientation for the students in the second semester. I want to welcome the staff from colleges, the staff from support teams, and also our regions which are out there, which are taking care of our dearest students far in the provinces, in the rural areas where facilities are limited. We say a warm good morning and a welcome. The reason why we ensure that you are here, students, we want to make sure that as we commence with the second semester, we alleviate the problems and the challenges that you encountered in the first semester. Because we work closely with the students, we know that there are a number of issues that troubled us in the first semester, and we made sure that this workshop will try to address almost a number of challenges. If you can see on the screen, we want to make sure that you remain throughout the year and complete your studies. Unisa is there to enable access to the students from all communities, marginalized communities, those who never had any graduate in their families. We are examples of such. Hence, we open doors and we want to simplify the learning environment as you are here as a student of Unisa, whether you are working, unemployed, or you are a full-time student with us. We want to make sure that you complete your qualification. We want to start with the the navigation of the learning management system, that is myUnisa, or we call it Moodle now. And then what support is available for students with special needs. If you did not indicate that you have a special need like a disability, it is better to contact your college student support staff, and they will direct you to the registration office so that you indicate clearly that I have this disability, so that we don't identify you during exam period. So Mr. Nkuna will be here to make sure that you are able to know what facilities are there at Unisa, how can we help you. And there will be an academic who's addressing academic writing skills, so that you don't fall into the trap of copying the entire study guide and you end up getting 0. So we make sure that there will be somebody directing us in that academic writing skills. That is none other than Professor Madikizele-Madiya, who will be guiding us. And then we also want to ensure that you avoid to plagiarize. That academic and also support staff will guide us on how to write in an academic way. And assessment, which is key for us to pass. There is formative assessment, that is doing assignments and also writing at the end of the year in our summative assessment. So these are important factors that we really need to work hard, whether it's a portfolio completion, it's an assignment completion. There will be an academics who are guiding us, that is Professor Scherman and Dr. Govender, who will be guiding us on how do we complete, how do we respond, what does this verb say? If it says analyze, how should you respond to those questions? And there will be a directorate that is looking at our challenges as students when we are maybe caught up in the copying or sharing answers. The discipline committee will be there to guide us as to what must we do as students. So please, let's listen carefully. And we also have the Directorate of Assessment, which is guiding the student on proctoring issues, assignment issues, examination issues. The team of Mrs. Songo will be there to guide us. And also the proctoring iris and the Invigilator App. Mr. Molokoane will be telling us what should we do, what gadgets do we need as students for iris and also for Invigilator App, and what to avoid so that we are not caught, unaware that whatever that we are doing from our side as students, it is actually compromising us. And ICT, this is also the engine in our virtual learning, in our assessment learning. So ICT is also here. We have Mr. Jason Ming soon, who will be helping us on which challenges are we having, or whether it's a logon details, etc. They will be helping us and guiding us. And there are student support in the regions. The regions are doing a lot because they are in the outskirts, in the peripheries, where you walk them to get support. Dr. Ntuli will be here to guide us as to what services are provided in the regions. In our next slide, I'm just going to give the house rules that your video and mic are switched off deliberately so that you listen attentively to every speaker. And when you are asking questions, ask questions that are related to the topic that is at hand or the topic that is being addressed. And avoid sharing your details on the chat. You never know who wants your email address and who wants your cell number and what are they going to do with it. So if you have a pressing need, address your need to the college support staff. They are here and they will guide us and lead us. The next slide. I want to close with the words of Dr. Nelson Mandela, who said, "It is not beyond our power to create a world in which all children have access to a good education. A winner is a dreamer who never gives up." All of us, as the academic staff, support staff of UNISA, we wish that all our students could be winners and dreamers. That degree that you have registered, it is yours. You are going to get it. Program Director, I want to thank you as I welcome our dearest students and staff that this is a year where we are going to have many graduates. This is a year when we are going to have an increase in our pass rates and in a legitimate way. Thank you, Program Director. Over to you.
Thank you very, very much, Prof, for that. I think you've captured that so nicely with those warm words of welcome, but also the way you captured in a sense that this is the year we want students graduating. This is the year we want a greater throughput. This is the year we want a greater student retention. And I think you've done so well in actually creating that warm space for our students to engage with each other. And at this time, I like the way you said, our dreams must never die. We must keep that dreams running. And I think as you've spoken as a mother to us in DTSFL as well, those warm words resonate throughout the program as we start to engage and unpack this a little bit for our students. So thank you very much for that, Prof, for the warm welcome and setting the context and the pace for the day as well. At this time, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. L Rachidi from the Student Retention Unit, who's going to talk to us about a very critical part of our student training. How do you maintain your presence in the semester, especially when you are inundated with so much of course material, so much of course work? How do you keep that successful motivation going through the semester? Welcome, Lekau. Thank you very much, Lekau, for engaging us today. And I can see that you read and you're ready for the show. So thank you very much, Lekau. And I hand over to you, Lekau.
Thank you, Dr. Chetty, and thank you, Dr. Chetty, and good morning, students, ladies and gentlemen. My name is L Rachidi, and I'm from the Student Retention Unit. And I'm going to be speaking on the support that is available in the institution to ensure that you have the best chance of success for the year, or rather, as you transition into the second semester. I thought I should start, ladies and gentlemen, with an indication of exactly how much time you need to invest in your studies. Just the underlined aspect that is there does indicate that if you are doing a higher certificate course or a national diploma or degree, it does indicate the number of credits that are allocated for each module, and an indication, obviously, also in terms of how much time you need to be investing. And the example that is highlighted there is that for every week, you need to invest at least a minimum of 8 hours, depending on the number of modules that you have enrolled for. So that's the part that I'd like to start off with, to say, much as this is a partnership, we are providing support to all of you. There's also another aspect in terms of your own responsibility as far as making time available for you to be able to engage adequately with the content of your respective modules that you have registered for. Now, one of the ways that you could be able to access some of the support services that are available. And I've given you just a few steps in terms of how to access one of the sites that is a central location for the majority of the support services in the institution. And it starts off with the first step there by indicating that you could make use of a QR code to be able to access this site. Alternatively, you could go to the website as indicated, tinyurl.com/FYE support site, and include that tap that in the address bar, and you'll be able to see that it will take to the second step. My colleagues will also post this in the chat so that you are able to easily access this first step. Once you have done so, the second step will ask you to enter your student number as your username, as well as your myUnisa password. For those who were there in the first semester, who are returning students, you may already have been able to do this. But those who it will be their first time joining us this semester, these are the steps that you will need to go through in order to access the support site. Then the third step is simply to just click on Enroll Me. And once you have done that, the FYE support site will then open. You do not have to go through all of those steps each time. Once you have done that for the first time, and once you log into your usual myUnisa site, go to myModules, you'll be able to see that FYE support site will be added to your list of modules. So it will be amongst the modules that you would have registered for this particular academic year or academic semester. So by simply clicking on FYE support site, it will take you to this particular homepage where you have plenty of resources that are available, not only for first year students, but for students in general. Of course, even if you are a returning student, you might find some of these resources absolutely valuable for your academic activities. I just want to go through and unpack just a few of these to say that we have a number of student orientation versions, resources, web-based student orientation, which is online recordings that we have done before. Even those that were done earlier this year, you can still have access to those. There's also a website that also would enable you to navigate through as you orientate yourself into the new UNISA environment if you are joining us for the first time this semester. There will be a lot of talk later on, a presentation about academic literacy, reading and writing, but there are also online resources that are available for you on this particular site that you can be able to look at and be able to engage with, so that you are able to participate in your academic activities at the required level of standard. Of course, digital literacy training, myUnisa, Microsoft Office 365, Teams, a lot of digital resources that are going to be handy, that are going to be tools that you need for you to be able to participate meaningfully, optimally in the online academic activities as required by your modules. On the next slide, you will see that there's also a link to the what you call the FYE Hub, which is the Student Retention Unit website. This is another component of the hosting of a lot of other resources that are available, including college guides. In other words, you could be able to access information of the respective colleges that your qualification is enrolled within and be able to find information there, from contact details and to all other information that is available there. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have videos And these videos are videos about a number of different topics, ranging from mental health to how to navigate on Microsoft Word and be able to prepare your assignments, PowerPoint, a number of these that are important for you, that have been developed and designed according to the level that is required for you to be able to engage with your academic activities. And these are just some of the examples of what I am referring to. Balancing various life roles, developing resilience in times of adversity, the important aspect on time management. We know that you are working and you've got a lot of other responsibilities. So how can you be able to set aside time for your academics? As I indicated before, the requirement of at least having a minimum of 8 hours in a day, or rather in a week, to be able to engage fully and meaningfully with your studies. Even if you are a full-time student, we know that there are many other responsibilities on the home front, chores and all of those that may take up your time. So this tool and this video will help you to plan on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, how you can afford yourself enough time to engage with your studies. Also, another example on how you can be able to take care of your laptops or your digital devices so that they can always operate optimally, and that when you are engaging in this kind of events, or if you are on the myUnisa doing your assignments and assessments and engaging in other support activities, that you are able to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have open online courses, and these are free. And I just want to bring or draw your attention to a particular MOOC called the FYE 1500 that takes you through a number of topics, including study skills, including digital literacies, including numeracy, including student affairs services. In other words, the SRC related engagements and activities, if you'd like to form part of those, as well as the library services that are housed there. For those of you who have been with us for a while, you may already know that for you to be able to access a lot of these open online courses that we have on our open learning platform, which are all free, that you could go to mooc.unisa.ac.za, and this is not limited to you as students only. It's open to anyone within the institution and outside of the institution. And for you to be able to access this, if you have already gone through this as part of your application process, you will already have a username and a password. So you simply just put those in and log in. But if this would be your first time, there's a link on the left-hand side in terms of the steps on how to register. And if you go to new account, it will open the window that I have in the middle of the screen, where it requires you to enter your user ID, which should always be your student number, your name, last name, and you create your own passwords there. And you will be able to access a lot, over 30 different open online courses, all designed to provide you with one or other component of support that is important for you. One of the other projects that are available in the institution for students is that, especially for the first year students, that we ask students who have already traveled this journey, students who have already done their first year at Unisa, who have experienced first year at Unisa. And it is these students who are invited either to a live broadcast, to be able to engage live with you and share their experiences, and to afford you an opportunity to engage with them, so that you are able to see that despite the challenges that may lie ahead of you, that there is ways and means to navigate around those and still be able to get around those and succeed in your studies. So we do have recordings along this line, but we also have live events where you can interact with a number of senior students in inverted commas who can be able to guide you in terms of how you can also achieve success despite the challenges that are there. And then you also have a number of troubleshooting resources that can also assist you should you encounter challenges. You'll be able to navigate those. There are other support services that we also host on this particular platform. And I'm going to start with one on counseling. So if you go to the website address that I've indicated at the top of my slide, you'll be able to access this particular website that I have displayed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is very important for the university to provide this kind of services to you. And it is because we know that the challenges that you have are not only within the content that you need to study. There may be other challenges that you're facing that life would bring occasionally to your doorstep that you need to also navigate. And you have in this pool of staff in this directorate professionals, highly qualified professionals who can be able to assist you navigate all other life-related challenges. More than that, and as you can see on the left-hand side, you have a number of resources, a lot of resources. Personal development, managing your studies, planning your studies, preparing for job opportunities, exploring careers, and a number of downloads that you can do in terms of podcasts, PDF documents, materials that can help you with other non-academic related challenges, but also those that support the academic challenges. You'll also be able, if you so feel that you need to speak to a counselor, you'll be able to select a particular learning center on the site so that you are able to book yourself a session with a counselor that is based at any of the regional and learning centers that are there, and be able to engage and be able to confidently and confidentially engage with a counselor who can help you with any challenges that you may have, and be able to see that you can be able to select a particular day. If you would have already engaged with a particular counselor, you can select the specific counselor that you would like to speak to. Alternatively, the system will allocate anyone who is available to engage with you on any of those selected times. Dear students, we have tutoring in the institution. And later on, Dr. Ntuli will talk about this as one of the services that are provided in the regions, which is face-to-face tutoring. And tutoring is a service that is provided by qualified professionals who are based in industry, who some are academics themselves, to assist the academics in supporting you as students. Also, in terms of online tutoring, you would have certain modules called signature modules, which are online modules, the likes of SUS 1501, the likes of EUP 1501, SJD 1501. These are modules that have got an online tutor who we commonly refer to as a teaching assistant. And of course, in the other mainstream modules, there are other forms of tutors that we loosely refer to as e-tutors. All of these are meant to help you. So consult your tutorial letters, check on your announcements on the module sites, you'll be able to see which of your registered modules do have tutoring available. Ladies and gentlemen, we acknowledge that you may not all have your own digital devices. And the university has made available a number of centers, which we call digital access centers. This is just an extract, an example of a few of these centers that may be available near where you stay. You'll be able to find on the FYE support site, on myUnisa even, a list of these digital access centers. You'll be able to access these digital access centers, be able to spend 2 hours on a day for free, be able to allocate a computer that is connected to the internet and be able to engage with your academic studies, submit your assignments, do your research, download your study materials, all for free. Colleagues, inquiries have got a particular site on myUnisa where you can be able to inquire with any part or stakeholder in the institution. By simply going on myUnisa under Contact Us, this page will appear, and you'll also see that it's a very long page of a lot of contact details for support departments, for colleges, and for different types of services. You'll be able to even contact the nearest learning center and be able to get support and assistance and responses accordingly. And you'll also be able to see at the bottom of my slide here that you can engage live with one of the student consultants and engage with them and ask questions, and they will be able to respond to you. We also have an FYE mailbox that is meant to assist first-year students, and by simply just sending us an email there using your myLife email address, using your myLife email address and no other email address. For any communication with the institution, please do make use of your myLife email address to send communication so that we can be able to assist you. Ladies and gentlemen, I conclude by saying that welcome to the second semester. Welcome to the academic semester where you will be able to engage with your academic activities and be able to enjoy, given the number of support services that are available to help you to navigate this space. It might be new for some of you, but you should be able to get through the semester because we are all here for you. Denzel, thank you very much for the opportunity. Back to you.
Thank you very, very much, Lekau, for that. Before you run away, Lekau, just a quick question, Lekau. In terms of your engagements with students, you've been working, I think, almost 3-4 years now with first-year students. What is the greatest challenge that you found, especially amongst our first-year students?
One of the greatest challenges I think that students face is the issue of time, because they have so many other life responsibilities that they have to deal with. And that is why we're trying our best as the institution to provide students with tools that they can be able to navigate between their social responsibilities, home responsibilities, work responsibilities, but also that students should really make an effort to engage with the university and be able to open up their study materials, the tutorial letters, where there's already information available for them so that they are able to get assistance. And lastly, Dr. Chetty, students should not be shy to make that call especially to the career and counseling department, so that they are able to get support and referrals to many other support services that are available, so that the mental state of our students, because they have to deal with so much, they need all the support that they can get. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lekau, for that. Ladies and gentlemen, since you heard it right from the manager of Student Retention Unit, of the resources that are available in the institution to make this transition for you much more easier. But also we are aware of the challenges in managing time. And as you've heard Mr. Rachidi speak about time management, it's quite critical. But also please take note of the resources that he has mentioned, the different resources on the First Year Experience website, as well as the digital access centers that are available for you if you have any challenges in terms of accessing the sites. Now, I'm seeing many questions that are coming up, and thank you very much for those questions. Keep posting those questions. You'll find that we are responding to those questions, and there are a variety of questions, from exams to assessments to submission of assignments to study material. So we want to keep this a little bit focused. So what I'm asking you to do, students, ladies and gentlemen, is as you see the presentations are coming up, so at the next session, for example, we're speaking on the learning management system. Post your questions relating to the learning management system, because you will find that some of the questions that you're asking, we will address that a little later in the presentations. So to keep it more focused, let's look at the issue that is being discussed, the presentation, and then focus your questions on that particular presentation. Now, many of you have already responded to questions on the learning management system. Where do I find my material? How do I access my material? And this is what we want to engage with you in the next session. So it's my pleasure now to invite Mr. Richard Wright, and he will be doing a presentation to us on basic skills in navigating myModules on myUnisa, an exciting topic for us. Thank you very much, Richard. Welcome, Richard, and let me hand over to you. Thanks, Richard.
Thank you, Denzel. Good morning, students, and for the new students, welcome to Unisa. But so we're going to have a look at the learning management system, but most importantly, how to get started and to access your modules. So the first question I'm going to pose to you is, have you claimed your myUnisa login yet? If you are a first-time registering student, this is the first thing that you need to do, is go and claim your myUnisa login. So let's have a look, just how do you actually get started with this? But also, when you come to Unisa, you're going to hear a lot of different terms. You're going to have here myUnisa, my life, my modules, and my admin. So all these portals are essentially the student portals. This is for you as a registered student. So myUnisa is the official student portal for study-related information, access to the learning management system, myModules, sometimes incorrectly referred to as Moodle. So if you hear Moodle, it's not Moodle, it's myModules. And then also the administrative portal, myAdmin. Then we also have the other side, and that's the myLife. So myLife is your official Unisa email account for all communication with Unisa and your lecturers. So once you claimed your myUnisa, you will get your password. With that, you will also get your myLife account. And once you've got your myLife account, you always should use your myLife email to communicate with your lecturers or with the university, as your emails can be ignored if it's sent from a different email account. Just also note, after you claimed your myUnisa login, it can take up to 24 hours for your myLife to activate. So once you get your password, you test it, it works on myUnisa, you can access myModules, but you still get an error on myLife. Just give it a few hours for it to get activated. And just a reminder, when you log into myUnisa, it's always just your student number. But while myLife, it will be your student number at mylife.unisa.ac.za. So first, how do you actually access this myUnisa? So you can type in my.unisa.ac.za directly in the browser, but else you will already be familiar with the Unisa website, unisa.ac.za. Simply go visit the site, and there are two buttons. One is at the top, myUnisa, and one main icon on the page. By clicking that, it will open up the myUnisa portal. So let's have a look just quickly on how do you now actually access the myUnisa. So first you have to claim your myUnisa login. When you do this, at the top, you will notice there's a little link, claim Unisa login, forgotten student number, and forgotten Unisa password. So you need to click on this Claim Unisa Login. You have to insert your student number. So this will be the reference number that you received while you were registering. And then you have to insert all your information. So just note, when you insert this personal information, it must be exactly the same as how you typed it in when you registered. So do not swap, for instance, your first names around if you've got multiple names. Type it in exactly as you typed it in on while you were doing your registration. And just also note, if you're a South African citizen, you only type in your South African identity number in the field. But if you've got a passport or foreign ID, you only insert that field. You do not put information in both fields. So once you've done that, you'll need to acknowledge, tick all the acknowledge boxes, and then click on the acknowledge button. So this will then display your initial password. So please keep this password safe. You need to have this password whenever you're going to access myUnisa. You can change it within myUnisa, but initially you need to have this password kept safe for future use. And also note, the passwords usually contains the 3 lowercase characters, 2 numbers, and then 3 uppercase characters. So also have a look. Say it says to you incorrect password, you type it in, and it might look to you like a small lowercase L, but actually it's an uppercase I. So just be aware of some of those things that can happen with the password. So the password is perhaps correct, or you perhaps change it's a 0 and you type in an O. So just for the first time, just make sure that you know exactly what type of characters is the password consisted of. I usually always recommend copying the password from here and putting it in a text file, just that you just have it safe for the initial logins. So once you've claimed your password, then you type it in the username. It's just your student number. So it's not your name, your how can I say, personal name. It's your student number and only your student number. And the password is the one that you received in the previous steps. So if you have forgotten your student number, you can click on the Forgotten Unisa password, and it will take you through more or less the same steps as you did before, and then the new password will be SMS to you. So this also makes it very important that your mobile number is always updated with Unisa. If you change your mobile number or you've got a new contract, make sure that it is updated, and you do it under myModules, where you can update your biographical information. Because we get a lot of times when it comes to exams, then students perhaps use a different device, and now you need to log in. You forgot it. You try and claim the forgotten password, but it's synced to a mobile device you don't have access to. Then you will have to make a request through ICT to change, and that can take some time. So once you log in to myUnisa for the first time, you'll notice at the top header, the buttons are going to change. So there will be 3 buttons: myModules 2022, myModules 2021, and myAdmin. So these are the actual portals that you will be accessing to do various types of learning or admin. So if we look at myModules 22 and myModules 2021, myModules is the official student portal for students, where you can access your module resources, submit assignments, interact with other students, and with your e-tutor or group. So this is basically where you're going to access all your modules. You're going to have access to e-tutors that's going to support you. And this is where you submit your assignments. This is where all the learning takes place, is on myModules 2022. Now, the only difference between the two is myModules is the new upgraded version of myModules, while myModules 2021 uses an older system. So if you are now registered for this semester, you will be using myModules 2022. The other one is just for students that still need to perhaps complete portfolios from last year and will be removed in future. So as mentioned, myAdmin, that's the administrative portal, and that's where you can access your personal information, academic information, for instance, your exam timetable or your academic record. You can download it from there. But most importantly, always make sure the biographical information is updated on myAdmin. So if you're going to click on the myModules 2022, so you'll go to the Learning Management System dashboard. And this is actually fairly easy to navigate. It consists of these areas, basically a header where you click on the myModules button to access your modules. You can also access your profile from there and various messages. And on the left is the left navigation block. It will change if you, for instance, go to a course, give you access to links to access different areas. We'll have the main content area and then also a write information blocks where you can actually add additional information blocks, for instance, your modules, upcoming events, anything that you find specifically informative. But on the course pages, that will be, for instance, showing your progress or any blocks that your lecturer added. Now, just also a quick note for accessing your MyLife email account. So your MyLife email, as mentioned, it can take up to 24 hours after the activation. So on myUnisa, you just click on the MyLife email button. And then you sign in with your MyLife email address. So remember, this will be your student number at mylife.unisa.ac.za, not just your student number. You have to type in the whole email address. And then on the next page, you will be asked to type in your password. So your password for myUnisa and MyLife will always be the same. So they will always sync up. So if you change your password on myUnisa, your MyLife email address will also change. So just make sure that you always have that one password ready to log into both sites. And if you perhaps click, for login, it might ask you if this is a personal account or a work or school account. Just make sure to click work or school account. So this will open up your MyLife email, and you'll notice this is actually a Outlook email address. And Outlook you can always associate with Microsoft because this is actually a Microsoft 365 account. So you can actually log in directly from office.com. If you type it into your browser, office.com, you sign in with your MyLife email address and your myUnisa password. You can actually have access to all these various Microsoft 365 productivity apps that can help you with your studies. So you can download Word from here, access Word online. You can have OneDrive to save all your documents. So you make sure that you've always got it available wherever you are. So before we go to the next page, let's just quickly have a look at how this all works. So I'm just going to go here to myUnisa. So as mentioned, the first time you're going to log in, you're going to click on this Claim Unisa Login just to get your password if it's your first time. From there, you just type in your student number and the password that you received. And then click on the login button. Oh, wait, just update this one. Quickly to load. So once you log in, it will have at the top the myModules 2022, myModules 2021, and myAdmin. So as mentioned, under myAdmin, you will have various, admin-related information. So for instance, you can update your biological information, you can change your password, but alternatively, you can also have access, to use exam timetable, academic record requested, and update your information from there. Just quickly going to reload this one. It's giving a bit of problems today. So as mentioned, myModules, so this is the learning management system. Sometimes incorrectly referred to as Moodle. Moodle is just the underlying engine. We officially, it's called myModules. So even when you want to go download the app, you don't download apps for Moodle. You don't download the myUnisa myModules app. Now, how do you access your various courses? At the top, you click on the button to drop down all your courses. You can also customize this page to access your courses from the left side or on the main page as well. But the official way is to click on myModules. You'll also notice here at the top, you've got access to a messaging drawer. You can get notifications if any information is sent to you. And then also your profile, where you can update your profile, view your grades, and then also access to the messages again. So a lot of questions that we get initially is, how do I know which assignments must I do? Just click on your profile, click on grades, and this will load all the courses that you have access to. If you click on a specific course, it will can give you a breakdown of for that course, what is your current grade and what is the assignments associated with that course. So if I click, for instance, on one of our courses over here, just note, as mentioned before, we've got this left navigation block, the central content area, and then also blocks on the right-hand side. So on the course page, you've got access to all the assignments, additional resources, and announcements. So make sure to always have a look at the latest announcements as well, so that you do have the latest information from your lecturer. So as mentioned as well, you might have access to an eTutor course. So I just want you to take note here. So the course name is, for instance, INF 2611, then it's the year, the current year, and then it indicates whether you use semester 1 or 2. So it might be a 1S or 2S, and then if it's a year module, it will just have a Y. Alternatively, you can also have access to eTutor course. So that will be the module followed by the year, followed by which semester or type of module it is, and then a group number for your eTutor. So please also make use of your eTutors that's available. They are there to support you with your studies, and they can guide you on how to approach different assessments and assignments as well, and guide you through your studies. Now, before we continue, I just want to now just indicate to you the support information that's available. So here I want you to really write down this URL, or you take a picture of your phone, you can scan in the QR code, because this is a lot of information to get used to, especially if you're a new student. So we've created this whole course that will take you step by step through everything. And we're also going to have in the next month live sessions where we're going to, how can I say, have live webinars that we take you through all this material with additional tips. So please have a look out for those live sessions. And then we're also going to have blast sessions. So blast sessions where you can actually come into Microsoft Teams. You can be able to open your mic and ask a question. So if you struggle with anything, need some clarity on any information in those blast sessions, we can help you with all your questions that you might have. But please write down this URL to get started. I'll show you quickly what will happen if you open the URL. So once you open the URL, it will open up this page. So this is currently, you do not need to log in on the page that's going to open. It's going to give you some information of what is covered in this course. If you are the first time accessing the learning course, it will give you a step-by-step guide. But essentially what you need to do is first claim your Unisa login. So if you have not done so, you can have a look at the lesson over here that takes you step-by-step through what we've covered here, how to claim your myUnisa login. Once you've got your myUnisa password, then all you need to do is click on this yellow button. Now, the first time when you're going to click on this, it's going to ask you to say enroll, self-enrollment. If you click on it, then it will enroll you into the course and the course will open. So as you can see on this course, we've got a lot of, how can I say, information on here. So, to get started, you always know you can just click the drop down. But once you have access to this course, the myModules guide, everything that you possibly need to know is on here. And there's activities as well to support you in getting started as quickly as possible. So it takes you through the orientation, how to claim myModules, how to edit your profile that you need to do. So please have a look at the profile section as well, how to upload a profile picture, how to view prescribed books, where do you get started with your tutorial letters. Everything is covered in here for you to get started as quickly as possible. And furthermore, we will upload all the webinar recordings that we're going to be doing. So if you can't visit or view a live webinar that we're going to be conducting, please come here for the recordings of those live videos. We've also got quick video tutorials too, if you want to just get started very quickly. Have a look through these. It's only 2 or 3 minutes that covers all the topics that's also listed here. But as mentioned, please go through this content, make sure that you understand it, work through it slowly. It will really help you with your studies in the future. And then finally, this will also take you through to my exams. We want you to get started with the my exams as quickly as possible so that you make sure that you know exactly how the exams are going to work, different proctoring tools that's going to be used that will be covered in a later session. But from here, you can already access and understand exactly how the exams are going to work even before you start with the semester. So I just quickly want to go back for the devices. I'm just going to go from here. So as we mentioned now, exams, some assessments are going to be using proctoring tools. And for these proctoring tools, you need specific devices. So one of the required devices is access to a smartphone. If you're going to be using, for instance, the Invigilator app as proctoring, you will need access to a smartphone, preferably not older than 5 years, to make sure that it's working with all the latest technologies. Operating system that is updated. You must have access to the internet and make sure you've got enough space on the phone for downloading the proctoring apps. A device further should have a working camera, microphone, and sound. So closer to the examinations, we will let you know which proctoring tools you will be using. But if you're going to be using one that requires a mobile phone, you need to make sure you've got access to a smartphone. So you can see the access. So it doesn't necessarily that you have to own the device as long as you've got access to the device. So you can even borrow somebody one and make sure it works before the time so that you're ready for these assessments that requires proctoring. Furthermore, if you will need access to a laptop or desktop computer. So the requirements are usually Windows 10 or later, preferably to make sure everything works with the current website. It must have access to the internet so that you can access the online learning management system. It must be able to run productivity apps such as Microsoft Office. So if you're going to do written assignments and you have to type it out, so make sure that it is fast enough to run these apps. It must also be able to run modern web browsers, such as the latest Google Chrome or Microsoft Edge. Please do not use Internet Explorers or any of the older browsers. It must be one of the latest updates of Microsoft Chrome, Google Chrome or Microsoft Edge. And then furthermore, if you are going to be using the desktop for proctoring, especially if you're in the College of Engineering and Sciences, it must have a camera or a webcam, a microphone, sound, and Wi-Fi. Remember also when you do, for instance, online assessments that when you do cameras, for instance, you can't have headphones on. So you need to rather, if you need to listen to audio, video or anything, it must have a working speakers. But just make sure all of these aspects work. You don't want to get to the exams with your laptop and then find out, but your camera is not working, for instance. So make sure that there is a camera app on Windows. Just search for it, make sure the camera is actually working and the microphone is working. So just lastly, then for getting help from myUnisa, my life support, the official email is inquire@unisa.ac.za. It's also available on myUnisa if you click on the inquire button. And then the other one is myModules. If, for instance, you've got your modules aren't loaded, there's missing modules, or it's incorrect modules, The correct email for this would be mymodule22@unisa.ac.za. But also just always remember to include your student number whenever you are you're sending an email to Unisa in the subject line so that the response rate can be quicker. So that's all for me. Thank you very much. I hope to see you all in our webinar live sessions that we're going to be conducting throughout the month, and we will be there to support you on your journey. Thank you. Over to you, Denzel.
Thank you very, very much, Richard, for that, and especially for providing that the kind of guidance that our students need on how to navigate the learning management system, and more specifically where they need to find the content, how they navigate the platform, and also some pre-prep as we start engaging towards the online assessments and the proctoring tools. We've got a topic that we will cover a little later on proctoring tools, but Richard just gave you a bit of an introduction of some of the elements that you would need to focus on, and then more specifically as well as the devices. And I think this is an important one, ladies and gentlemen, as you prepare for the next semester. Some of you who have been with us through semester 1 would know this, and for those of that you are new in the system, please take note of those devices as you prepare yourself for the summative and formative assessments that are online as well. So thank you very much once again, Richard, for navigating us through those crucial aspects on how to navigate the myModules on myUnisa platform. And ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the next topic. And this is quite an important one. And we actually have my colleague, Mr P Nkuna from Oxford, who will speak to us on what are the support services that we have for students with special needs, students that are differently enabled. How does Unisa provide that space for students to have that ease, as we are discussing right from the beginning of today, to make that space more comfortable for you as a Unisa student as you start engaging in the teaching and learning space? Pintius, thank you very much, Pintius, for once again joining us. It's always a pleasure to have you with us and to hear the remarkable things that Oxford is doing. So thank you very much, Pintius. Let me hand over to you. Thanks, Pintius.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chetty, our program director. Good morning, students, ladies and gentlemen. I am really humbled to be part of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, this session confirms the institutional commitment to provide access to learning opportunities for students with diverse disabilities. It is upon this that we always apply the slogan for persons with disabilities, then nothing about us without us. The Advocacy and Resource Center for Students with Disabilities, which is known as ACSWID, provides a wide range of services to students with different disabilities, including to assist students to complete application for registration online, advise students to complete special assessment form, and provide supporting documents. One may ask, what is the special assessment form? The special assessment form is a form that is completed by students who require reasonable accommodation. Just to give an example, you may find that we have 2 blind students. Their reasonable accommodation will differ, especially if one was born blind and the other one acquired the disability late in their lives. The other student, maybe who was born blind, may require their material in Braille, and the next one may require their study material in audio format. We convert study material in various formats for students with disabilities, including electronic version, Braille, large print, audio, and DAISY. And sign language interpretation services is provided to deaf and hard of hearing students as and when required. We also provide inputs to Unisa systems, including myLife, to ensure access for students with disabilities. We assist our lecturers where there's a need to convert certain scripts to accessible formats in order for them to read. Like, for instance, if it's Braille. In the interest of the nothing about us without us, as I mentioned earlier, we established and launched multi-purpose computer labs for students with disabilities in the region. In the regions, and I must mention that these labs are equipped with access technology to accommodate diverse disabilities. And we also established regional forums for students with disabilities and association in all the regions to ensure that students with disabilities are consulted in matters that affect themselves. We also provide training on orientation and mobility to blind and partially sighted students in response to their individual needs. Ladies and gentlemen, while orientation refers to the awareness of the environment, mobility refers to the techniques used to travel from one place to another. Should it happen that in a mall or on the street you come across a person who's blind, you find them using a white cane. There's a cane that they use to navigate. Then it shows that that person has received the orientation and mobility training, because without it, they cannot navigate. We also transcribe assignments in cases whereby the assignments were submitted in alternative formats. We request concessions with regards to extensions of assignments in cases whereby students are unable to do so because of their disabilities or medical conditions. Just to give an example, in cases whereby a student develops pressure sores and the student is now bedridden for a particular period where they are supposed to write or submit assignments, we make sure that the students are not left behind. We facilitate the necessary extension. We also, in partnership with our colleagues from the examination department, we assist students to apply for special examination arrangements. One may ask, what is the special examination arrangements? Because students with disabilities have special needs, you may find that a particular student will require an extension on writing exams and extra time. And the extra time is not a one-size-fits-all. It depends on the severity of the disability. As two students may present paraplegia, only to find that their needs are completely different because of the level of their spinal injuries. We also advocate for alternative assessments where the prescribed assessment does not accommodate the student's disability. In cases whereby DSAA want to allocate resources for students with disabilities, we always advise them to ensure that they take reasonable accommodation into consideration. In collaboration with student funding, we assist students to apply for financial assistance, which caters for their tuition fees, prescribed books, assistive devices, such as laptop with screen readers like JAWS and NVDA. These screen readers are mostly used by students who are completely blind and partially sighted students. At times, students with learning disabilities, they prefer to use a laptop with a screen reader such as NVDA. And also a laptop with text magnification softwares, which is called Zoom Text. Motorized wheelchairs for quadriplegics, manual wheelchairs for students who are paraplegic and amputees, digital voice recorders, hearing aids and payment for sign language interpreters, or human support. Just to give an example, in cases whereby a student is quadriplegic, the student who cannot use their arms, therefore they need someone to assist them to maybe to carry their material, to go to the library, to push them around. Therefore, this allocation for human support assists there. And those who are blind, where in cases whereby they need extra support, they can always apply for this human support allocation. Assistive devices, medical assessments are very important, in particular for persons with disabilities, because from time to time, when you request a service, will require a proof of your disability. By requesting a medical certificate from you, we are not taking you back to the medical model. It's just because UNISA is an ordained institution, we don't see our students face to face. Therefore, we need to verify your needs in order to provide the required reasonable accommodation. In liaising with different publishers, we advocate for students with disabilities to obtain prescribed books. And these prescribed books can be converted in different formats as per the student's needs. We conduct advocacy campaigns to continue raising awareness about the needs of students and services available in the institution for students with disabilities. Training and development of staff members to keep abreast of disability-related matters. Empower staff members with skills that will enable them to provide the required support to students with disabilities. We support the graduation ceremonies in collaboration with the graduations department and regions to ensure that accessible parking spaces, graduation venues, accessible programs are provided as and when required by the student, including sign language interpretation services. Just to give an example, ladies and gentlemen, just imagine it's your graduation ceremony, and then only to find that because we are blind, the program that is provided there is only available in sighted. How painful would be that for you after working very hard to complete your qualification? And again, just imagine being deaf in that hall. When your name is called, you don't hear because there's no sign language interpreter. This is a clear indication that UNISA embrace disability. I urge all students to join hands against the prejudice that constitute the biggest barrier against students with disabilities. In terms of disclosure, ACSWIT encourages students not to conceal their disability. Because while we respect your right to disclose or not to disclose your disability, please note that students who does not disclose their disabilities may not receive or demand reasonable accommodation from the university because will not be aware of your needs. Even if your disability is visible, you are paraplegic, quadriplegic, please disclose your disability. And ladies and gentlemen, I must emphasize that disabilities are not always visible. We have disabilities that are not visible. We also accommodate those disabilities like dyslexia. And we have two forms of persons with disabilities, those who are born with and those who acquire disabilities. And I must also emphasize that disability can be acquired by anyone. Today, you may be a person without a disability, but tomorrow it may acquire a disability. We travel every day, we drive, we dive in swimming pools. There are diseases out there that can cause a disability to you. Therefore, let's treat persons with disabilities with respect and dignity that they richly deserve. And for those students who acquire their disability during their studies, please disclose so that we can create a natural environment for you. And I must also mention that the information provided by you will be kept confidential. It will only be used to provide the reasonable accommodation that you require. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel it's important that I mention that ACSWIT staff members comprises of persons who were born with disabilities and those who acquired disabilities in their lifetime. Therefore, when you disclose your disability to us, or when you contact us for an advice, you should know that we have first-hand experience of disability. And again, we are aware of students who are reluctant to disclose their status due to the fear of stigma and victimization, especially students who are new in the world of disability. I must say that when you disclose your disability, you won't be stigmatized, you won't be victimized. You will receive support from the university to ensure that you enjoy your studies. In terms of the terminology, ladies and gentlemen, it is always important to see the person before the disability. From time to time, you'll hear people coming and say, disabled person, which means they see the disability before you. That's incorrect. It's a person with a disability. Like for instance, if a person is sitting behind a desk and the person is on a wheelchair, you won't see the wheelchair first, you'll see the person. And if the person is deaf, is seated there in the lecture hall, you won't see the disability, but you'll see the person first until you are made aware that the person has a disability. Let's refrain from using handicapped, crippled, living with disabilities. Disability is not a disease. We're not living with a disability, we are persons with disabilities. And again, you find people saying, this particular student is wheelchair bound. Immediately say the person is wheelchair bound. Are you implying that the person sleeps on the wheelchair, baths on the wheelchair, does everything on the wheelchair? Think about that. And if you come across a blind person, that person is blind. He's not a blind, he's a person who's blind. And again, from time to time, you'll hear students in corridors saying, you know, normal students, they have a specific queue for them when they go for registration. No, we are all normal in a different way. Let's refrain from using the word normal, because immediately you say, because you don't have a disability, you are normal. We are implying that persons with disabilities are abnormal. The etiquette. Do not push someone a wheelchair without asking if the person requires assistance. Ladies and gentlemen, persons who are using wheelchairs, they use their upper body to balance. Whenever they are pushing themselves, they lean a little bit forward so that they can maintain the weight. But if they are being pushed, they lean back. But if you come and find your fellow student pushing themselves and just grab the wheelchair and push, they may fall from the wheelchair, and of which it's not your intention to hurt them. Therefore, always find out from the person whether they need assistance or not. And if they need assistance, they will position themselves so that they don't get hurt. Again, when you come across a blind person, please don't just grab the person and move them along, because immediately you grab the blind person, the first thing that will come to their mind is that I'm being marked, I'm being robbed here. Therefore, they will fight very hard, they will hit you. Instead, greet the person and find out from him or her whether they need assistance and which direction they are taking. Because if you grab them across the robots without finding out whether they are waiting for somebody or they are waiting for their lifts where they are, that becomes a problem. Do not pet a guide dog, because the guide dog is trained to assist the blind person. Do not shout when communicating with a deaf person. Simply look direct to the person and communicate. Other blind people, they lip read. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to provide you with the contact details of ArcSuite. Then I'll read them loud to accommodate students who are blind and those who have learning disabilities who may not be able to read for themselves. The academic support officer can be contacted at nkunapj@unisa.ac.za. For study material in alternative formats, including braille, large print, and audio, can contact Mr. Moodle at moodld@unisa.ac.za. For sign language interpretation services, you can contact our sign language interpreter, whom you can see on the screen. Those who can see, Ms. Mavaso at mavasrs@unisa.ac.za. For those who require orientation in mobility, can contact Ms. Mngadi at zikacg@unisa.ac.za. And regarding bursaries and assistive devices, you can send an email to mashwmm@unisa.ac.za or nkunapj@unisa.ac.za. And for general inquiries regarding relating to disability, you can send to the ArcSuite inbox, which is arcsuite@unisa.ac.za. In conclusion, I'd like to leave you with a quote by Thomas Edison. Our greatest weakness lies in giving up. The most certain way to succeed is always to try just one more time. I thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Printius, for that engaging presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, students, as you have seen from the presentation by Mr. Nkuna, Unisa really wants to advance that inclusive approach to how we approach teaching and learning. It's not we separate students, but we create that inclusive environment, whether it's to teaching and learning, to the technologies that we use, or the way we approach teaching and learning in terms of the pedagogies. The idea of inclusivity is foregrounded. It's something that we stress as part of our approach as Unisa. Mr. Nkuna has also stressed the support avenues that you can use as you engage the university, and he's actually run a very strong point on as a campaign for disclosure. Disclose your special needs so that we can provide the type of support that is needed at Unisa. And lastly, and I like the way he packed that up, he actually gave us some good ideas of how we should engage students that are differently enabled so that we embrace students as part of this environment. And that was quite important, Printius. So thank you very much for that, Printius, and for the way that you presented that as a knowledgeable piece of information that we can actually take in. So thank you once again, Printius, for the time and for your excellent presentation as always. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next part of our presentation. And this part is quite an important part for us because it is something that we find is emerging as a challenge in our space. And we really want to look at how do you avoid the issue of plagiarism? What are the academic skills that are needed so that you don't get caught in the in the target of plagiarism? And as mentioned earlier, we have academics as part of our panel, and it is really our pleasure today to invite Prof. Madikizele-Madiya from the College of Education to unpack what are the skills that are needed in academic writing. How can we negotiate this space so that we don't fall into that trap of plagiarism? And as I mentioned earlier, we know that this is a challenge for many of you coming from a schooling system as well, where you weren't in, where you find that this is something new to many of you. So let's look at this as Prof. Madikizele-Madiya unpacks this for us, and it's really coming from an academic space as well, and she brings that academic voice. Thank you, Prof, for taking the time for joining us today this morning early session. I know that you're busy as well, but we really appreciate the time that you're taking to unpack this critical niche area for our students. So let me hand over to you, Prof, as you take us to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, and good morning to you all, our dear students, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to share with you this morning some strategies that you will need to improve your writing and to avoid plagiarism during your study at Unisa. And I want to first thank the previous speaker, Mr. Nkuna, for the education that we got from him about disabilities. As Prof Magano indicated in her opening remarks, we are doing all this to support you, our dear students, so that you have a wonderful experience at Unisa, the university of your choice. So I will be talking to you this morning about academic writing. So this is my presentation outline. I will start by emphasizing academic as part of the concept of academic writing, and then I will move on to specifying writing or emphasizing writing, and then I will give you tips on how to write academically, and then how to avoid plagiarism, and then I will conclude. Now, if you look at the phrase academic writing, academic there is actually qualifying a genre of writing that has sub-genres like essays, reports, posters, literature reviews, etc., which you will be asked or required to do during the process of your study at Unisa. Often these are called assignments. So you will be given different assessment tasks where you will be expected to present those tasks in an academic way. So once we have that qualifier, which is academic, it suggests that there are different conventions, style, expectations from you than when you write casually, such as when you send messages either to your friends or to your followers in the social media platforms. So it is very important that you change your attitude once you start writing what we call assignments, and you must know that now you must apply academic writing conventions. Then when we speak about writing, so you know that you are communicating with someone when you are writing. It can be one person or different people that you are communicating with. This is one form of writing, and this person or these people are not with you. They are not able to see your gestures, your facial expression. So there's a high possibility that they might misinterpret what you were saying, which might cost you marks. So in this presentation, I will give you some guidelines. Of course, I may not complete everything because this is a very wide topic, but I will give you a few tips on how to avoid miscommunication. But I will start by pointing on how to write academically. I want to start this by quoting Alisa Valdez, who says, "There's no better teacher for writing than reading." She says, "Get a library card. That's the best investment." So if you see my screen there, I have 3 words: read, read, read. And you might ask yourself, why am I talking about reading when this talk is about writing? It's because I agree with what Alisa is saying, that the only way for you to learn to write is to read. So you will be given texts, you will be given prescribed books or recommended texts. You need to read those and make sure that you read with understanding. And for that to happen, you must read each text more than once. Read the question, because you are not just reading for writing, you are not just writing, you are writing in response to the question that you were given. What is the question? Then after you have read the text and you understood it, then you read the question. Out of what I have read, what am I asked to do? What is the question saying? Read this more than once. Then read the text with the question together so that you can understand clearly, so that you don't lose focus in your writing. Then, as I said, remember you are writing for someone who is not here, you are communicating with someone who is not in front of you, so avoid miscommunication. Pay attention to the question that you are addressing and make sure that your response is concise and it is relevant to the question that you are addressing. Very important. Make sure that the punctuation marks are not changing the meaning of what you are saying. The spellings are correct and they also convey your meaning. So I just picked some few pictures here from the internet, and you see the source there of some of the words that you might misspell, and then they will not convey the message that you are trying to convey. Look at the misunderstanding, for example. It's not what you wanted to say. You wanted to say misunderstanding, but now it is misunderstanding. And also, are you asking a question or are you exclaiming? There's an exclamation mark, there's a question. Which one did you intend to say? It's very important that you are concise and you are specific. Did you mean muscle as the arm muscle there, or did you mean muscle as what you see there? And then, unfortunately, if you have wrong spellings, people will interpret what you were saying or what you have written, and their interpretation may not necessarily be correct. So I have just also got some few examples, particularly in relation to punctuation marks, of how wrong punctuation may bring a completely different meaning to what you wanted to say. I like these two examples. I often present them when I talk about academic writing. So the first sentence there says, I love cooking my dogs and my family. But if you look at that, this person wanted to say, I love cooking my dogs and my family. But because of the commas that were not put in there, the whole sentence now sounded cannibalistic, because this person likes cooking dogs and cooking family. So that's not what the person wanted to do. So it shows how important commas were in that sentence. Then the next one is, let's eat grandma. That also is cannibalistic. This person was talking to grandma and inviting grandma to eat with him or her. So it's very important that you avoid miscommunication in your assignments. Then the next item on how to write is for you to critically engage your study materials, your prescribed text, your recommended text, and other relevant literature. As you read, you must be asking yourself questions so that you understand what is in the texts. What does this author mean? What is the author saying? And what does what he is saying or she is saying mean? How does the other author say this same thing? Which means it is very important that you don't refer to only one source. That is why even in the modules where there are recommended books or recommended articles, the lecturers will also give you recommended. I mean, there are prescribed ones, but the lecturers will also give you recommended ones because they want you to read extensively so that you learn as much as possible in your module. So how does the other author say the same thing? How do the two or more sources, compare, and then what is your conclusion in relation to the question that you are trying to address. So that is very important, that you critically engage your study material. The next tip is that you write logically so that your readers will understand and will follow you smoothly from one sentence to the next, one paragraph to the next, one subtopic to the next. So there are a number of transitional words or phrases that you may use so that your work is logical. You can use words such as, for example, in other words, in contrast, and so on. And you might get a number of such words if you try to find them online. One of the ways in which you can improve your academic writing is to make sure that you put for yourself and for the reader topic sentences for each section that you are writing. One topic sentence for a paragraph or a section. Now, a topic sentence is actually guiding you so that you are focused on one aspect of what you are writing about. So I have given you an example there of a topic sentence which reads, there are various reasons why some papers never get published. So once I see that sentence in the beginning of what you are writing, I am expecting to see what these various reasons are. So that is why in the topic of this slide, I said you control your discussion. You control it. You can control it by writing first. Then I know I will hear the first reason. Then you go to second. I'm expecting to hear the second reason. So I know that in this paragraph, you are talking about various reasons why some papers never get published. And because there are various reasons, I will not be reading about only one reason. Right? Then plagiarism. This is a very critical issue as well in academic writing. So some may be seeing or hearing about this concept for the first time. That is why I'm also presenting briefly what it means. Plagiarism is presenting texts without acknowledging their sources. So you are presenting this text as if it's your own. You are presenting this sentence, this paragraph, as if it's your own. You are not acknowledging the source. So, for example, I have copied and pasted a sentence there from Christy.sin, which reads, avoiding unwarranted epistemic exclusions in an is an exceedingly difficult task. It may well be impossible. So this is a direct quotation. I didn't acknowledge the source because I just copied and pasted it. Those words in brackets, I just put them there for you to know that this is a direct quotation that I took from that person. I didn't acknowledge the source, right? So how do I avoid plagiarism in academic writing? You use quotation marks to indicate the direct words from the words that you took from the text. And when you do that, you must also write the author's surname, only the surname, not the first name, not the initials, the surname, the year of publication, and the page number from which you took that quotation. So for example, the sentence that I took from .sin, it's now acknowledging that it is from .sin. I put it in inverted commas, and then in brackets, I put the surname .sin, and then I put the year of publication, and then 24 is the page from which I took this quotation. The same quotation I could start by saying, according to Dotson. Now that Dotson is not in brackets, the surname there, it's not in brackets because it is part of my sentence, it is part of the statement. I only put the year in brackets. According to Dotson 2012-2024, which is the page, I'm still putting the quotation in inverted commas or quotation marks. Now, you must note that even if you put quotation marks and you acknowledge the source, this you cannot do for a large part of somebody's work. You cannot take the whole paragraph or the whole page and then say, okay, but I did put inverted commas or quotation marks. It should be just a small section of the work that you are quoting that you will put like this. The other way to avoid plagiarism is paraphrasing. That is, you put the statement in your own words, but you don't change the meaning. But if you paraphrase, you still acknowledge the source, the author. The fact that you have paraphrased does not make that statement your own. You took it from someone, so you must still acknowledge that source. So I have paraphrased the sentence, put it in my own words. It is not easy or even impossible to avoid needless epistemic exclusion. I have paraphrased what Dotson said, but I still acknowledge that's not my thinking. I took it from Dotson. That's very important. The other thing, do not copy and paste information from the internet. Some information in the internet does not show who wrote it and put it there, but it was still put by someone. Somebody put that information there. So don't be tempted to just copy and paste it because there's no author. Instead, do not cite or use information that does not show you who wrote it, because that information is not credible. Avoid information that has no authors. Don't use it. Right, so also to avoid plagiarism, refer to more sources than one, like I said. So because if you refer to one source for the whole page, for the whole paragraph, then it means you didn't critically engage with the sources like I indicated earlier. So you must find as many sources as possible, and your lecturers often give you as many sources that you can refer to as possible. So to conclude my presentation, I want to quote two people, Samuel Johnson and Larry King. Samuel Johnson says, "The greatest part of a writer's time is spent in reading in order to write. A man will turn over half a library to make one assignment." So don't think that you can just go straight to the question and start writing. You will have to read and read before you can present a very good assignment. Then Larry King says, write, rewrite. When not writing or rewriting, read. I know of no shortcuts. So it is very important that you read to write. So I wish you all the best with your studies, dear students. I am also quoting this picture which I took from Google, which says, don't watch the clock, do what it does. In other words, keep going. It is doable. I thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Professor Madikizele-Madiya, for articulating so clearly what is plagiarism and also demonstrating how students can fall easily into the trap of being caught with plagiarism. I like the way you really categorize some of these elements of miscommunication, understanding what the author is saying clearly, using multiple sources as an assignment to support your arguments, and then critically engaging with the study material. And the last point, which I captured, right logically. And I think you've clearly articulated the challenge, but also provided those solutions to our students. So thank you very, very much for that, and defining what plagiarism is. It's really that buzzword that seems to be challenging many academics as well as they start engaging with student content. So really much appreciate the way you've articulated and unpacked that. So ladies and gentlemen, students, colleagues, you've now heard from Prof what is plagiarism. We wanted to move on to the next theme now, which is really if you get caught in plagiarism, what are the disciplinary challenges, or what are the disciplinary processes within Unisa and the issues that you may face if you are caught in that. And I think this is quite important, that while we unpack what plagiarism is, we now caution you a little bit of that if you are caught in these offences. And it's my pleasure this time to invite Mr. Shivambu to the floor to unpack a little bit about this and tell us a little bit about the processes. Thank you, Mr. Shivambu, for joining us today. Let me hand over to you as you share your screen and get on board to present this important topic for our students. Thank you, Shivambu. Thanks. I think you can just unmute Duma, please. Thanks.
Oh, sorry. Morning,
Perfect,
colleagues. Thanks, Mr. Chetty. Morning to our biggest stakeholders, which is our students, and morning to fellow colleagues. I just switched on my camera for students to see who's behind the camera. I'll start my presentation by highlighting a few things, if I may be allowed to share, Chairperson. So this is what will be our focus for today. You have heard all the latter speakers who are speaking from academic writing, from communicating with the university. All those links they do tally with what we're about to do. So in a nutshell, colleagues and students, what our office is responsible for is mainly discipline within the university. We are being guided by the Student Disciplinary Code, and one of the 4 fundamental rules of the Student Disciplinary Code is what it seeks, to achieve and what is aimed at. Number 1, it's aimed at upholding the name and reputation of the university. Number 2, maintaining order, discipline, safety, and security at the university. Number 3, which is, the main point which we need to discuss for the better part of today and for this workshop, ensuring the integrity of the academic process of the university. And lastly, number 4, assuring the quality of the assessment process at the university. So, colleagues and students, what I'm going to talk about today is these points that you see here. Already, one of the speakers has already touched on plagiarism. We're going to expand and touch more on cheating and copyright infringement, because the consequences of plagiarism, they too trigger other legislations in the form of the Copyright Infringement Act. The general examples of misconduct that we might have, the procedures for reporting such particular misconduct, the relevant evidence that's needed. What is it that you need to do as a student if you are being summoned for a disciplinary hearing or you are being invited for disciplinary hearing? The policies and procedures that drive, the student disciplinary code within the university. What is it that we can do in order to, mitigate against, plagiarism? What is it that we can do in order to mitigate against students not being subjected to disciplinary hearing in terms of prevention? And then we're going to touch on third parties, ghostwritings, and the SMSs that students do get from third parties offering assistance time to time. So what is plagiarism, students? Plagiarism, according to the Merriam-Webster Online Dictionary, describe us to steal and pass off. It might be ideas, it might be words from one's own, resources and passing it on as your own thoughts and ideas. It's an act which on its own, like I've already touched on the copyright infringement, that it's a fraudulent act because it involves both stealing someone else's work and lying about it afterwards in order to deceive the marker or whoever might be doing your assessments in terms of, marking and so forth. So All in all, it has to do with ethics. You'll be well aware that once you become a UNISA student, when you go for registration, you click on a particular button at the end of selecting which particular modules you want to enroll for this semester. There is a little button that you click, and then it says, do you agree to be bound by the policies and rules of the university? As soon as you click that policy, we infer that you have read the policies of the university, and we require of you to display the highest ethical behavior when conducting yourself during your period of study. What is cheating? Cheating is depriving someone of something valuable by the use of deceit or fraud, or violating rules dishonestly. Cheating can be seen as an attempt by deceptive or fraudulent means to represent oneself as possessing knowledge. If I were to give you an example, there's a particular website called Stuvia where you just go in and you punch UNISA's module code, you subscribe, you get already prepared questions and answers for assignments, and then you come back and then you pass those as your own. That constitute another form of cheating. So copyright infringement, like I've already alluded, simply it's an infringement of the rights of a copyright holder. Those who've been studying with the university will know that you are required from time to time to visit your library to read extra sources in order to prepare for your assessments, be it summative or formative assessments. So once you have read those sources, then you need to do what we call proper referencing in line with the college requirements, because each and every college, it's got its own different types of referencing, and that information is contained in a tutorial 1-on-1, which I'll advise each and every student to read and understand carefully before attempting any assessments responses. So what type of examples misconduct do we have in terms of the student disciplinary code? There are many, but for now we'll stick to what we are dealing with today, which is plagiarism. But just to give you an overview, we've got harassment, which is assault, discrimination, threatening behavior. If I were to give you an example, let's say you're communicating with your lecturer, you are always encouraged to conduct yourself in a cordial manner. You cannot be seen to be, displaying an ethical behavior when communicating with your lecturer, swearing or cursing your lecturer in any form of communication. We are well aware that you are well within your rights to cast your frustrations with the university, but you must do so in a cordial manner that still shows some form of respect between yourself and the university staff. Another misrepresentation comes in the form of examination irregularities. You'll be well aware that during venue-based, before the genesis of online examination, you'll present yourself in an examination venue where you'll be required to behave in a particular way. For instance, you wouldn't be allowed to have any notes on part of your body, any unauthorized material on you, or writing any form of rough work at the back of your examination timetable. Another form of misconduct is property damage on unauthorized entry, fraud, which is the unlawful and intentional making of misrepresentation which causes actual prejudice or which is potentially prejudicial to another. If I were to give an example of this fraud, it might happen that you've got a bursary and then you come to UNISA under registration, particularly finance. You say you want your statement of expenses. They give it to you. You go and use any form of unorthodox method just to change that statement to reflect higher amounts, and then you submit to your employer. They pay you that money, but then you only pay a portion of it. That constitutes as a fraud. We have dealt with cases of similar nature. The property damage, you're aware that UNISA has got campuses all over the country. We once had a case where students were fighting in the lab, and that resulted in damage to property. So we do deal with those type of conduct as well. So colleagues, when it comes to the procedure for reporting plagiarism, this is on the part of your lecturer. So what will happen is that you as a student, you'll be flagged for disciplinary or for any form of academic misconduct that might flow when you are busy submitting your assessments. So what's going to happen is that the lecturer, upon flagging your script, they need to be guided by the policies of the university. One of the policies that guides them is the policy on academic integrity, which by now you should should have read and understood what it stands for. So the policy on academic integrity, it talks of different kind of academic misconduct, but then again it goes and prescribes certain remedial actions depending on the level of study of that particular student. Just to give you an example, there's a way in which we treat someone who's a first-year student compared to a third-year student. The way in which we treat someone who's a second-year student and someone who's a master's and someone who's a doctorate student. So all of those policies, they are more in line with what the university stands for in relation to protecting the quality and the integrity of our assessments. So, like I said earlier, that the way in which we treat a first-year student, because the rationale of administering discipline is not to be punitive in our nature, but to instill some form of discipline and require that students, they display certain ethical behavior or traces of maturity when it comes to handling and conducting themselves during their period of study. So what's going to happen is that once you are flagged for plagiarism or any form of cheating, what we need to look at is to what is it that the police on academic integrity say? Are you a first-time offender? And when we say are you a first-time offender, we look at the degree of the seriousness of that particular conduct that you might have had. You might find that you are a first-time offender, you are doing your second year, you've never been flagged, but when you are making or writing your examination portfolio, you find that you did not follow the rules of the university in relation to academic integrity. You have failed to comply with one of those example, and then you are flagged. So what will matter is that, are you a first-time offender? The seriousness of the charge, is it a minor offense, is it moderate, or is it something which can have a reputation damage on the part of the institution? So depending on the gravity of that particular academic dishonesty, your lecturers will have to determine as to whether you'll be given a warning and a mark of 0 if you're a first-time offender, or whether your conduct it's of such a nature that you should be referred to the student disciplinary hearing for formal charges to be drafted, and you'll be invited to give your side of the story and respond to the allegations. The next slides that we're going to look at is to say what is it that we expect from student when it comes to academic dishonesty. Like I've alluded earlier, students are more or less flagged for working in groups. Currently now you'll be aware that ever since the genesis of the online examination, we've went to an online environment where we do our assessments. Most students are not aware that the same rules that used to apply in venue-based, they still apply in an online environment. As soon as you receive your examination question paper and you find that you are writing between 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock, you're not supposed to be communicating with anyone. You're not supposed to be going to your WhatsApp and asking fellow students to provide you with answers for those particular examination questions. In the past, we have caught students who were communicating via online, using your Telegram, using your WhatsApp. They were exchanging assignments or examination answers in a Telegram groups. And I need to make you aware that students, you need to be very careful, because some of your academics or some of your lecturers that are part of those Telegram group, and they're there just to check your conduct in terms of how you behave and how you handle yourself during those online examinations. So most of the students that are flagged, again, they're being flagged for failing to comply with what we call clear referencing, like the previous speakers alluded to the fact that in order for you to understand what academic writing is, it's for you to read and read until you understand what is it that is expected for you. If I were to give you an example to law students, if you are studying towards a law degree and you are already in your second year and you haven't read quite a substantial number of law journals, cases, because what is expected of you as a law student is to read, and the more you read, the more you familiarize yourself with the type of work of what is it that is expected in when you citing a case or citing a journal or any form of material that you might have picked up. So once you have been flagged for discipline, we need to establish what rule have you broken and what is it that is expected from you. So when you go for disciplinary hearing, the standard that is used when you look at the student disciplinary code, of which I'll urge you to read, to familiarize yourself in terms of what is it that the university seeks to achieve in relation to a particular conduct, is that you'll be invited for formal disciplinary hearing. The standard that is used there, it's a balance of probabilities, unlike the one that is used in a criminal in a case of beyond a reasonable doubt. What is needed is that you'll be invited to come and give your side of the story of what transpired. Our office will communicate to you to say, student A, you've been flagged for violation of the university's policies in relation to chapter 3, in relation to plagiarism. If that's the case, which is your section 1.23, we'll give you the evidence. If it's an examination answer book, we'll extract that particular evidence that we need to give you in order to prepare. That is done 14 days before the initial formal disciplinary hearing, because in terms of the code, we need to give you time to prepare. So you come for disciplinary hearing, you are allowed to be represented by a member of the university, or you are allowed to be represented by a member of the SRC. The onus rests on you that if you are a student, you've been charged for a formal disciplinary hearing, you need to inform the office of the SRC so that they can be in a better position to prepare you and represent you well in the disciplinary hearing. So some of the university policies that talks to the student disciplinary code, I've already spoken about the copyright infringement. We do have the procedures for masters and doctorates. I've already spoken about the library in terms of accessing library database. We do have the intellectual property policy, the policy on research ethics. Those who are postgraduate students, you'll know that there's a certain way of doing things in relation to your masters and doctorate. If you want to conduct certain research, you need to get ethical clearance for any research that you might want to undertake. The policy on academic integrity, I've already touched on it. The student disciplinary code, I did touch on it. The Unisa rules for student, I did mention that once you register, you are bound by those policies of the university. So Unisa, it's always advocating for ethical behavior, and it's always encouraging students to be ethical in the way in which they conduct themselves. It might be a minor, examination, or it might be a portfolio. Unisa always expect you to be honest and be truthful in whatever you do, and your behavior should be such a way that it's in line with the student disciplinary code. Because any behavior that's not, in line with the university's values or university's beliefs in relation to academic assessment, it will be seen as a violation of the student disciplinary code. So how do we prevent some of these acts from happening? Already one of the speakers has alluded that you need to read and familiarize yourself with the university's policies, but beyond that you need to familiarize yourself with reading more in relation to your subject subject field for what you are studying towards to. So what we have done as our office to prevent and raise awareness in relation to some of these academic dishonesty is that before COVID happened, we used to go to the region in partnership with the regions and the national SRC to raise awareness and sensitize students as to the particular conduct of students that is expected when dealing with the university in relation to your period of study during the university. How do you contact our office? This is the email. Let's say you've wrote your examination, you have registered now for the second semester. Come October, November, you found that you are flagged for academic dishonesty. You need to send an email to this email address to make a follow-up in relation to the disciplinary pending, and that will appear under your record, because that's where you're supposed to be making contact with us. But before I close, Chairperson and our fellow colleagues and our students, I just want to show you some of the information that might be relevant in relation to the university. There's this information that was published last week, and I did hear Mr. Richard speaking in relation to how do you communicate with the university. You need to use your official MyLife email address, because we will not be responding to any queries or any emails that will be coming from your private email, your Gmail, your Yahoo, and so forth and everything. The university does not allow us to respond to those particular emails. In relation to you, using and communicating with the university, only you, yourself, no one, your parents, your extended family members, they cannot contact the university on your behalf. It has to be you who needs to do that. One thing that I like to warn students and always be extra careful, it's in relation to your myUnisa logins. I've had cases where we've taken students for formal disciplinary hearing to the effect that you find that student A and B submitted the same examination portfolio. This happens in the sense that one student will trust another fellow student with their UNISA logins to say, kindly submit my assignment or kindly submit my exam for me. And then because I'm in an area where I cannot access my UNISA or I'm having challenges, I will appreciate if you can submit my portfolio. I will strongly urge you as students to always keep your myUnisa login safe. Do not share them with anyone else, because that's the violation of the University Student Disciplinary Code as well. Another thing that I need to sensitize you and warn you about is these particular websites where you go and subscribe to your stuvia.com and you are given, already prepared answers and solutions. The danger of going to these websites is that you'll be given a universal answer of which other students they've already been privy to. And when you come back and submit that information, you find that it's not you only who was subscribing, other students were subscribing, and when upon marking, your subject specialist or your lecturer picks up that you and other students submitted identical answers in relation to any particular assessments that you might have been given by the subject specialist. One of my fellow colleagues is going to come and talk on the Invigilator App. At the Student Disciplinary Office, we do manage the consequences that come from failing to comply with our proctoring tool. If I were to give you an example of some of the information that we deal with in relation to the Invigilator App, you will realize that there are certain things that you need to do. But our office will only discipline students who fail the microphone test. If I were to give you an example, the microphone test, when you are writing your exam, you need to have your divisor with you. It will require you to take your selfies, your GPS location, we can pick it up. The mistake that some of the students did, and some of the students that we've taken for formal disciplinary hearing, is to communicate during the official examination. I've had some students who will be sitting with their parents, they'll be reading the questions and the parent will be reading answers from a particular source and any other material that they might have, and the student will be typing. So I want you to be extra careful when using the Invigilator app, because it does record any sound that might be heard in the background. We do not take it lightly that we discipline students who have failed the microphone test, but we do listen to these recordings to say, do they relate to the subject content of what was being tested on that particular day? And if the answer is yes, that particular student will be taken for a formal disciplinary hearing. In a minute and seconds before I close, the other things that I wanted to highlight to our student is these particular type of texts that you get from these third parties. You'll find that, this was Lushuiano tutorials. You find that they will try to lure you to say, we guarantee you 100% pass rate in your assignment or in your examination. Come and contact us here, send an e-wallet to this particular number, and we'll assist you with your examination in exchange for money. So some of these, there are too many. This one was charging about 500. He was sending SMSs to all accounting students who were interested in receiving assistance. The university is sending a strong message to say student must shy away from approaching these third parties, because if you are caught to have made use of these third parties, you will be summoned for a disciplinary hearing. So those are some of the things that the university is working tirelessly to mitigate and protect the quality of our assessments and our qualifications, therefore, because we want you to graduate with a qualification that still holds value and which you can use to enter the job market. With that being said, colleagues, thanks for allowing our office a slot in this particular program to come and present and sensitize students as to what is it that our office stands for. Madam Chairperson and Prof Magano, thanks for inviting us once again. To our students, I wish you all the best of luck in your study for the remainder of the year. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Shivambu, for that excellent articulation of the challenges, but also the processes that are followed within the institution. You've given us examples of misconduct, the policies that the university has in place, and how students need to communicate with the university. And I think your latter part, which you just closed with, is quite a critical one of how sometimes our students get lured into these spaces with false promises and are spending money that they shouldn't actually be spending in these places, because we really provide all the support that you need and can engage as an institution. So please, as Mr. Shivambu has clearly articulated and captured in his presentation, try not to fall into these traps that are made out to get your money at the end of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now coming to the latter part of our break. But before I take our break, I have three of my colleagues who have been manning the chat for us and looking at some of the major themes that have been emerging. And I'm going to invite my three colleagues. I'm going to start first with Dr. Ingrid Murray. Ingrid, if you may, what was a major theme that has come out from your side, Ingrid? I see you looking all good in red as well. So thanks, Ingrid, for joining us. Ingrid, what is a major theme that has come out from your side that you see that you want to flag for our students? Thanks.
Thank you, Denzel. I think the most important thing that I've seen that students is asking is about getting feedback from their assessments. Now, assessment feedback and reading your assessment feedback is really an important part of your learning process. So it's really important for students to go and get their feedback. So the easiest way to go and do this is in the same place where you submit your assessment. So on myModules, you go to the place where you had submitted your assessment, and you will see there will be a feedback file, and if your lecturer used a rubric, there will be marks in the rubric. So students go back to where they submitted. There's a feedback file that they can download that is in a PDF, and they can read any comments that was made on their assessments, and they can see how their marks was distributed amongst in the rubric, as well as any feedback that their lecturer wrote for them specifically. So very important, go back to where you submitted your assessment and find your feedback before you write exams, before you do your next assessment. Thank you, Denzel.
Thanks, Ingrid. Yes, so go back to the place where you submitted, find your feedback, and I think that's an important point as you prepare for the assessments. Let me bring in my next colleague, Jessica Nell. Jessica, what was a major theme for you, Jessica? And I see you spotting red as well.
Thank you, Denzel. One of the themes that I was picking up on, and if you could just confirm that my screen is now sharing for our students, is with regards to academic integrity. And there was a lot of question around how you actually, what types of referencing you must use. And what we were explaining to students is that every college might have a different approach, and it's often linked to the types of journals that they publish in. So I wanted to share my screen just to quickly show students where they can access that information. Denzel, is my screen visible?
Yes, Jessica, carry on.
Okay, excellent. So when you go to the Unisa library, what you will find on this page is library guides. And if you click there, it's going to give you a list of various departments and colleges and their associated library guides. Let's just give it a moment to come up. You'll see that the guides are busy loading. Bit of a little bit slow today, but we have our librarians supporting us, and you'll see there's 140 guides available at the moment. If we look at something like business management, for example, we click on that guide. We have a number of sources to assist us when it comes to academic writing. And there is one of the guides, referencing and plagiarism. So if you click on that guide, for example, it tells you what type of referencing is typically used at the College of Economic and Management Sciences, in this case, Harvard referencing. They also provide you some referencing management tools and information on plagiarism and Turnitin. So pretty much every college has their own style. The most common will be your Harvard referencing and your APA styles. Thank you, Denzel.
Thanks, Jessica. So this is an important resource for our students that has just been shown by Jessica. I think it's important that you actually get onto that site and also explore it for yourself. I'm going to bring in my next colleague, Dr. Sheila Mafalela. But before she comes on board, you will see a lot of these red jackets appearing in the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Ladies and gentlemen, students, the Academic Development Open Virtual Hub will be running a series of student trainings. So the red jackets is really a marketing strategy for us, so you can identify us as we come up in the next couple of weeks for these sessions. Let me bring in my colleague, Dr. S, as we call you. What are the major themes that you have seen emerging in your space that you want to flag for us this morning?
Thank you, Dr. D. What is most important for me right now is the complaints that students have raised regarding the emails and the phone calls that are not responded to. I'm happy that we've got our mother in the house, Prof Magano, to say, can we maybe assure our students regarding the emails and the phone calls that are not being responded to, because they are really frustrated. There's one student that I want to flag the question to say he or she applied for AgroTET. The module code is AUI 3702. The student at the moment doesn't know whether what are the outcomes, because he or she applied for AgroTET, sent many emails and was not responded to. There were also 2 students who were talking about changing modules or canceling modules with their departments, but they never received any help. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. S, for that. So those 2 questions, ladies and gentlemen, I see that many of questions relating to those type of registration of modules, AgroTET, etc. We have invited specific tuition managers and support from the support staff from the different colleges that will be also assisting us on the chat. So we will redirect some of those questions to the colleagues on the chat so that you can get some information directly pertaining to those modules. So thank you very much, colleagues, for also feeding their questions. We'll come back just before we end up the program and look at the 3 other questions that have emerged. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that it's been almost 2.5 hours already that we are sitting together, and I want to give you a quick break. It's now 30 minutes past 11. We actually 5 minutes ahead of our program. So I'm going to give you the opportunity to have a body break, grab that coffee so that you stay awake for us for the next session. Please make sure it's extra strong, because we've got some really exciting parts coming up in the next session. We've got the assessments. We've got the colleagues from DSAH talk about online submissions of assessments and supplementary exams and some of the questions that you've asked now as well. And then we've got the critical thing about proctoring tools, the roles of ICT in support and what regions support can be offered by the region. So we really have a second half packed program for you. So let's get together in the next 10 minutes. It's now 11:32. So let's say we come back around 11:40 and we get together. So grab that coffee. We put up an interval notice on the board. Richard will help me with that. And we'll see each other in the next 8 minutes or so. 8 minutes. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, colleagues. I see it's now 11:40, which you can queue us up. I hope you managed to grab your cup of coffee. We want to keep the momentum so that we don't lose the momentum, but we're also able to make maximum advantage of the time that we have. So let us continue. If you grab me a coffee, quickly get to the screen so that we can continue. It's my pleasure now to invite two of my fellow colleagues who are also members of the Academic Development Open Virtual Hub, and I've had the opportunity of engaging with them in several platforms. We have Dr. Govender, who is formerly an academic but brings together also a curriculum specialist. And then we have Professor Scherman from the College of Education, who also brings together that strong academic voice that we need. So today's session, we're going to talk about skills for completing online assessments. Welcome back, Sophie. Skills for completing online assessments. And we're going to look at the formative, summative, and what you need to focus on as a student to be that ideal digital learner as you complete your assessments. So let me welcome my colleagues, Salosh and Vanessa. Thank you very much for taking the time to provide this type of information to our students, and we really value your input at this time. Salosh, let me hand over to you. I think you're starting off for us, so Salosh, let me hand over to you. Thanks, Salosh. You good to go?
Good morning, colleagues. A very warm welcome to you once again. Colleagues, I, Salosh Govender, together with Professor Vanessa Scherman, will guide you on how to approach your online assessment. You will notice that we are referring to assessment, and it's for a specific reason, because we find that assessment is all-inclusive. It will include both your assignments as well as your examination. When we talk of assessment, we are also referring to both the non-formal assessment as well as the formal assessments. Okay. Colleagues, have you ever felt frustrated, anxious, thinking about preparing for your examination? How did you feel knowing that you spent a lot of time studying but didn't get much out of it? Have you ever thought, where do I start with when I think of my exams or when I think of my assignments? Have you ever reflected and thought that the amount of work and effort you put in didn't really yield you the mark that you deserve? Does it feel like you can only remember a small section of the work that you have studied, and yet you cannot recall whatever you have studied? Okay, if you have answered yes to any of these questions that are posed to you now, right, you will definitely benefit from this presentation. And colleagues, I also want to remind you that these feelings, the feelings of anxiousness, is not uncommon. It's very common amongst everyone who is preparing for their assessments or even thinking of examination, right? So we are here to help you and to guide you by providing you with some practical skills on how you can prepare and approach your online assessments. Okay. So in this presentation, we want to orientate you to different types of online assessments, right? Here we are looking at types of assessments such as your short questions, case-based questions, multiple choice questions, essays, and portfolios. When we talk about short questions, we are actually referring to your short questions in your assignments. We are also referring to short questions in your discussion forums and so forth. Right. At this stage, I also want to say to you that when we talk about online assessments, what we are referring to is something that's different from what you were accustomed to. You were previously accustomed to an assessment where you used to maybe complete your assessments and post it, right? But with online assessment, it requires some kind of technology, be it whether your laptop or some kind of mobile technology that you are using to complete your assessments. And at Unisa now, all your assessments are now online. So you may be encountering some kind of difficulty in transitioning to online assessment, but we are here to provide you with some practical skills on how to approach the different types of online assessments. We also want to help you to develop appropriate study skills for your online assessments, right? Not only prepare you for your examination, but also prepare you for your assignments and also how you can prepare for your final examinations. We want to provide you with strategies on how to approach different types of assessment, as I mentioned previously, and you will see that there is no one-size-fits-all strategy to different types of assessment. You will notice after we present that each type of assessment will require a different way in which you are going to approach the assessments. Okay, so in this presentation, I will take you through the short questions and case studies, and also how to approach your multiple choice questions. Then my colleague, Professor Vanessa Scherman, will take you through the essay type questions and the portfolios. Okay, so colleagues, we just want to orientate you to the different formats of your assessments, right? And you must get used to these terminology now, right? We talk about assessment format. When we talk about assessment format, right, there'll be two types of assessment format. One is your online assessments, such as your multiple choice questions, right? Your quiz, your matching, and so forth. The online assessment means that you are going to answer your questions using the online assessment tool, which is the quiz tool, right, on Moodle. Then we have your e-assessment or your file upload assessment. Now, with your file upload assessment, it means that you will have your assessment question where you may download your assessment question. You may complete it offline using the Word, the Microsoft Word, and then after you have completed your assessment, you can convert it to PDF and then upload it again in the assessment tool. Okay, so there's two formats. It's online, that is where you're using the quiz tool, and the other format is it's a file upload where you complete your task and then you'll upload it, right? So you need to be very clear on what format your assessments are taking. Then when we talk about your question types, with question types, we are referring to short question types, essay questions, case-based questions or scenarios, your randomized MCQs, and your portfolios. Okay. Now, colleagues, we also want to introduce you to an assessment strategy. One of the strategies is continuous assessment. You may find that in your module, the assessment strategy may be a continuous assessment strategy. To some of you, this strategy may be something new. You're not familiar with it, but we just want to orientate you to what it means. With continuous assessment, right, it refers to an assessment strategy which includes a series of graded and non-graded assessments throughout the learning period, right? But what will contribute to your year mark is the graded assessments. So, for example, in a semester module, you may have between 4 to 6 assessment tasks throughout the year, starting right from the beginning of the year till the end of the year, right? But you will not have an examination at the end of the year because you've got a series of smaller assessment tasks that contribute towards your final year mark, your final mark, right? Then with continuous assessment now, it's actually an alternative to a single summative exam that carries a bigger weighting, right? So those of you who are writing continuous assessment on your exam timetable, it will be reflected as module arrangement on your exam timetable because you will not be writing an examination. Right. So The non-graded assessments that you are going to participate in, it refers to your learning activities in your study material. Now, the non-graded learning activities actually help you to do well in your graded assessments. Right, so the purpose of continuous assessment is because we want to use assessment to improve your learning. We don't want you just to pass and to get your qualification, but we want you to learn in a meaningful way so that you can achieve graduateness. All right, continuous assessment. So with continuous assessment, you complete your task early in the year. There's a number of tasks throughout the learning process up until the semester closes. Right. Then the other assessment strategy. If you are not following continuous assessment, then you are following the alternative assessment strategy, which means that you have assignments to complete and you will have an examination at the end of the year. All right, so it means that you have compulsory assignments. You may have 2 compulsory assignments and you may have an examination at the end of the year. Right, so remember now, you need to know exactly what assessment strategy your module is following and you need to prepare accordingly. Right. Now, colleagues, the question is, quite often, all of us ask ourselves the questions. I've got so many modules I've registered and I don't know where to start studying. Right? Even in my very own module, even if you enroll for 2 modules for the year, the question often comes up, where do I start studying from? And I know that quite often people start studying from their assessment because many students believe that assessment drives learning. Right, I'm not saying that you are right or wrong, but we know that that is a common answer. But what we want to say to you is that every module that you register for, you need to know what the outcomes for that module is, colleagues. Please, even before you look at your other tutorial letters, go and open to your study material and get familiar with the learning outcomes. Why we are saying this is because your learning outcomes is what will drive your assessment. When lecturers are looking at how to design the assessments, first they look at your learning outcomes of the module, and then from the learning outcomes, they come up with their assessment. And thereafter, they look at what learning activities will they need to help the students to achieve in their assessments. Right, so a quick answer to you, to the question, where do I start studying? Start off with your learning outcomes, colleagues. Right, get familiar with your learning outcomes, know what the outcomes is, and that's where you will start studying. Okay, because your learning outcomes is what drives assessment, and your assessment is what drives the content and your learning activity, activities in your module. Your learning outcomes will also guide you on the scope, depth, and the complexity of the learning for your module. For example, right? I don't want to use some words that sounds like jargon to you, okay? But when we design curriculum according to the complexity of the learning that is required for the module. And we gauge the complexity of the learning according to the NQF level of the module. So, for example, in a first year level module, right, your NQF level is at a level 5, which is much more basic understanding. We will assess you on things like describe, name, list, discuss, explain. Then as you progress in your learning at NQF levels, at the third year level, your module progresses to NQF level 7, for example. And that's where we will say, we expect the student to be able to analyze, to evaluate, to synthesize, and so forth. Okay, so where do you get this from? The depth and scope of learning, it's in your learning outcomes. Now, colleagues, preparation is the key to success. Firstly, we want you to become familiar about your assessment strategy. Know whether it is continuous assessment or the traditional assessments where you are having assignments and an exam. That's the first thing. Number 2, apply effective studying skills from the beginning of the year. Do not wait till the end of the year. Therefore, we are transitioning to continuous assessment, but at the university, we are doing it very gradually, okay? We want the students to start learning from the beginning of the year and not only at the end of the year during exam time. Thirdly, develop a study plan for for every single module so that you don't spend too much of time on one module and you ignore the other modules, right? And lastly, practice questions. Devise your own questions, share questions with your friends, and so forth, right? Now, tips in preparing students for the exams. This is what I just mentioned to you. Get familiar with your exams, apply effective skills, develop a study plan, and practice and practice and practice, okay? These are tips for preparing for your exams. Now, colleagues, this is a little task that I would like all of you to do today, right? At the end of this presentation. This exercise will help you to organize your studies so that you give adequate time to all your modules, especially if you have enrolled for more than one module. In a table with 3 columns, list all the modules that you have registered for. Write down your exam dates, your time, and the format of your assessment, right? You need to know what format your exam is taking. Well, colleagues, if you don't know that as yet, right? Look at your tutorial letters. You may have your assessment plan in your tutorial letter, right? Some modules will have that in your tutorial letters, and some modules will have it directly in the Moodle platform, right? Information about your assessment. We call that an assessment plan, right? Then refer to the module outcomes. This will help you to understand the level of difficulty of your module. That is whether you are expected to discuss, explain, analyze, evaluate, or report, right? These are the outcomes, what we want the students to actually be able to do. And this is very important, right? Then select any learning unit. Look at the headings, titles of the subsections in your units, please. And try to formulate questions from those subheadings and see if those questions can align with your outcome. Colleagues, if you can do this, it means that you are engaging with your study material and that you are making meaning of your study material. All right, because what I want to say to you is, because we are transitioning to online assessments, right? Gone are the days where your assessment is going to ask you to recall and to remember information. Now, with online assessment, because we want to uphold the academic integrity of your assessments, we're going to expect students to demonstrate understanding of the concepts and the module and the outcomes by giving us practical examples, by showing us how they can apply that information, rather than asking them just to recall and to remember and to regurgitate what they have learned. Okay. So, colleagues, let's move on to short question types. This is a very, very, very common type of questions that you'll find in all types, basically all types of assessment. You'll find it in your exams, you'll find these short question types in your assignments, in your learning activities. Colleagues, those of you who are maybe doing an NQF level 7 module or NQF level 8, you might still find that there are short questions in your study material. And please do not devalue these questions, because these questions can be very, very useful just to assess your understanding. It will help you to assess your own understanding, right? So, if you're wondering what is a short question, now a short question, it requires a concise written answer to a question using complete sentences. Now we find that a common problem is where it's a short question, students, they tend to pad along. They tend to write too much of information that's not necessary. and they think that they're going to get more marks. If a short question is allocated only 5 marks, and if you write a lot, right, you are not going to get more marks than the 5 marks, right? So please take note on how and what you are writing in that question. It usually takes the form of a brief question that requires a written answer, normally no more than a few sentences. Sometimes a full paragraph is all that's required, but what's important is you must focus on the knowledge of your question. Look at your question. In your first sentence, you must show the examiner that you know what is asked in the question and that you are responding directly to the first question, to the question itself. Thereafter, you will give maybe examples and you will start elaborating, right? Do not elaborate first and then the end, the examiner must find your answer. It doesn't work like that. Your first answer must give the answer. Okay, now this is a strategy for preparing for short questions, colleagues. Right, here's a template for preparing for your short answer questions. Break the unit notes into these categories as you are revising. It will help you to recall information and explain it thoroughly in the exam. Now, colleagues, this is a very good strategy that I want you to use when you are preparing for your, even your MCQs, your short questions and so forth, because every module, right, one of your outcomes is it expects you to understand key concepts, terminologies, theories, processes, procedures, and so forth. Every module, whatever NQF level it is. So when you are studying now, your first unit that you are studying, identify the key concepts from your unit. Where do you get your key concepts from? One guide is from your unit outcomes. Look at your unit outcomes, extract the key concepts, make a list of your key concepts. Next, try to understand what these key concepts actually mean. And after you study them, write the meaning of these key concepts in your own words. Right, maybe for each unit you'll get 5 key concepts. Write the meaning of these concepts, even theories, even processes, even procedures in your own words. Next, the issues that need to be explained or clarified. Right, with each concept now, you'll see, okay, what more do I need with regard to this particular concept? What more do I need to look at? And then that will give you a tip. And the last column is, can I get some practical examples to illustrate my understanding of this concept? And you'll think of practical examples based on your own workplace or work environment or your own experience. Right. Try to get an example. Colleagues, I tell you, if you do this here, you are well on your way to answering any type of short question or even multiple choice question. Okay, this is a very good strategy to help you to study. Now, look at this here, right? This is an example of a question, right? Suppose you were given a case study. And in the case study now, the question is, what is meant by the term foreign direct investment? Describe the difference between the flow of foreign direct investment and the stock of foreign direct investment. So when you get a question like this here, there are a number of things that's expected of you to do in this question. So you need to make meaning of this question. The first step that you will do is you will divide the question if needed, right? And this is what I mean when I say divide the question if needed. Now, in this question, now there's 2 parts. First part is what is meant by the term foreign direct investment. The second part is describe the difference between the flow of foreign direct. So you know now I've got 2 questions that I need to respond to in the short question. Then B is underline the keywords. The same question, what? Now you underline the keywords, foreign direct investment, flow of foreign direct investment, stock of foreign direct investment. So there's 3 key concepts. And now you're going to try to visualize the table that you have done earlier on. And you're going to try to formulate an answer. Now you got the concepts on one hand. Now what must you do with the concepts? Then step 3 is your task words. Highlight or circle the task words. The task words are what we call verbs. What do we want you to do with those key concepts? Task word. For example, here, what is meant by the term? And describe, we want you to describe the difference between. We don't want you to describe the flow of foreign direct investment. What is the difference between? Describe and what is meant. So these are the task words. Then you will answer the question. A good short answer in an exam, specifically answering the question in the first sentence, right? And then the rest of the paragraph is used to explain your answer. So this is a strategy, colleagues, that you will use when you are answering a short question. Now, let us look at what is a case study, case-based study, right? So you will encounter case-based studies not only as short questions or in essays, but we are also integrating case-based studies and scenarios in MCQs, multiple choice questions, right? There was a misconception amongst many students, lecturers, right, that multiple choice questions was only suitable for low order thinking, but it's not true. Now at Unisa, we are using multiple choice questions to even assess high order thinking, where we are including scenarios, case studies, problem-based learning, and so forth, right? You'll find that you may even get one, lengthy case study, and you might get maybe 5 or 6 different types of questions on this one specific case study. So what is a case study? A scenario in a particular professional context. Colleagues, at Unisa, not only at Unisa, in fact, all higher education institutions, we are asked to integrate work-integrated learning in our modules. We do not only want to focus on the theoretical knowledge. We want to bring in practical experiences, practical knowledge into the modules. So how do we do this here? One way in which we can do it without sending our students out into the field is through case studies. So we know what or where the student with this qualification is going to work at. If it's a teacher education qualification, the students are going to work in a school situation. If it's in applied management, the student is going to work in a business sector. If it's accounting science, the student is going to work in an accounting firm, right? So we know where our students are going to go to. So what we do is that we think of scenarios from the work experience and we bring it in as a case study, right? It requires students to analyze it, and then we guide the students' analytical thinking through relevant questions related to a situation. So every situation, every case study or scenario, there will be a problem or there will be a scenario that you've got to analyze. Normally, generally, there's a problem that you as a student will have to identify what is the problem in the case study. Then we want students to demonstrate their theory. Once the student identifies the problem in that scenario, then the student makes a linkage with that problem in the scenario with what they have studied in their study material. So this is what we call theory. When you talk about theory, we're not only talking about theories of Vygotsky and Piaget. We're talking about theoretical knowledge of the books, right? It could be any kind of theory. So they make a link between the problem identified in the case study with the theory in the study material. And it relates, we want to see how the student is able to relate the theoretical knowledge with a practical problem from the professional workplace. We want to see if the student is able to understand the professional policies, right, to solve the problem. And then we'll say, okay, you identify the problem. Let us see if you can suggest possible strategies using appropriate legislations from your own professional practice. All right. Then, these are some strategies that you will use when you're approaching case studies. You must identify the problem and the issue in the case study. You need to come up with solutions, and you need to, you may be asked to come up with possible solutions. So you come with possible solutions, and then you may be asked to recommend the best solution. Okay. So step one, when you are approaching a case study, right? You'll read the case study and you'll ask yourself, what background facts influence the current problems referred to in the question? This means once you identify the problem, right? You see a problem in the case study, and then you'll see, okay, there's so many other information that's written around this problem. What other information? All the other information that's there is actually giving you a context within which the problem is taking place. And then you will try to identify basically, the basic context within which this problem is taking place. What are the constraints or obstacles of the situation? Say, okay, this is a problem. The next question is, why is there a problem? What is the problem a result of? Okay, then you will reread the case study again. You will summarize and you'll list the issues and the problems in your own words, right? Then you will sort out the major problems from the minor problems, right? You will see that there's minor problems as well as major problems. And then you'll say, okay, these are the bigger problems. These are the minor problems that have resulted from the bigger problems. Okay. Then you will identify what evidence in that whole scenario it relates to the problem, right? You'll try to identify the cause of the problem, and then the useful strategy. It's good to draw a mind map, right, colleagues? When you have case study, draw a mind map. What is the problem? What is the smaller problems? What is the cause of the problem? What are the recommendations? Right. Draw a mind map that makes meaning to you. Okay. Then step 4. Once you identify the problem, now you go and make a link between the problem and the theory in your study material. Right. Match the appropriate theory to the problem and explain how the theory relates to the problem. Identify possible solutions to the problem. There could be 10 possible solutions, but in your question now, you are only going to be marked, you're only going to be allocated maybe 3 marks. So in that case, I would suggest that you identify maybe the best recommendation and provide reasons why that is the best recommendations. But then again, that is subjective to the mark, right? When you say that, in my view, this is the best recommendation. If you said something is best, you got to provide a claim or provide reasons to support the claim that you're making that this is the best and why the others, in other words, what are the advantages and disadvantages of all the other solutions. Then structure your work logically. Always remember that if you're asked to write an essay, you'll always have a body, an intro, a body, and a conclusion. Okay. So colleagues, that was the case study. Now, let us look at multiple choice question, right? So wonder what are multiple choice questions? So the word choice shows you that there are options. So a question that has a stem, as you can see, or it may the stem could be made out of a question, or it could be a statement, or it could be a right. And then you have options that you must choose from. So in all the options now, you only have one correct answer, and all the others are called distractors, right? So this is just to give you an idea of what a multiple choice question looks like. It's a very simple one. What is the color of the sky? Right. Your answer is blue, and all the others are your distractors, but obviously you'll never get something so simple in your exam paper, right? Now, a multiple choice question includes a statement or questions followed by 4 or 5 choices. You must select the best answer from the options that's given. But selecting the best answer sometimes is not always easy, colleagues, because you'll find that so many answers may sound correct, but yet there could be like, 1 or 2 words in a statement or in the option that will, drive the correct answer, right? So it can be a very challenging process as well. So many students find the multiple choice format challenging as there are often numerous questions to answer in a short time frame. Colleagues, when you are given a multiple choice question, right, for your assignment or for your examination, you have to answer your multiple choice question directly using a quiz tool in Moodle, right? You will not answer it on a Word document and upload, because the MCQ is an online assessment. So what happens at Unisa now? If there's an exam, for example, right? We do not want students to copy. We don't, we actually want to avoid the conditions where students can copy the answers and send it to their friends, WhatsApp and so forth. So what we do is that we randomize the questions. So we set your lecturer will set a lot of questions, and then your assessment may be out of 30 or your exam may be out of 30, and then it will be randomized, which means each student will get their own set of questions for that module, right? So that you cannot complete your answers and send it to your next, your peer or compare your answers or whatever. We want to always uphold the academic integrity of your assessments. Another strategy that we use is your assessments are timed, which means that if you think that you can just copy your, or Google and find out one answer, the time used to Google and find out the answer to one, it might disadvantage you with all your other questions. Okay, you might not have time to finish your other questions. So, although all these exams are kind of what we call take-home online assessments, but there is no time to copy or to cheat, right? So, multiple choice questions often test basic knowledge such as facts, figures, definition. It's a best learning strategy for rote learning and memorization. So you'll find that if you have a continuous assessment, right, your continuous assessment strategy is not only made up of essays or short questions. We encourage lecturers to have varied types of assessments within their assessment strategy, right? MCQ could be one of them. So the application of knowledge to a particular context also takes place in MCQs through case studies, as I mentioned to you. You might have a case study there, and or you might have a case study as a file that's loaded as a file. So your lecturer might ask you to download that file, read the case study, keep it one side, and answer the next 10 questions. That's all based on that particular case study. Okay.
Salosh, sorry to do this to you, Salosh, but please can we just check time? Some of the other presenters might need to leave as well.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Salosh.
Okay, thanks, Denzel. Thanks. So, colleagues, these are some strategies when you're working with MCQs questions. I just want to run through this strategy quickly. Okay, yeah. So when you are answering multiple choice questions, you read your questions first, then you'll try to answer your questions without looking at your options, right? Then, after you have answered your questions, that's when you look at your options. If you are not very sure, you will ask yourself which are the incorrect options, and you'll delete the incorrect ones quickly first, and then you'll go on to the correct ones, right? Oh, sorry. So colleagues, yeah, I've got a little case study here about a professor's experience of MCQ, who talks about what a bad experience he had with regard to MCQ, and how when he was a student and then when he became a dean of the university, the strategies that he helped his students to cope with MCQs, right? Colleagues, this presentation is going to be shared, so you can read this case study in your own time, right? Even these command words, I just want to hand you over now to my colleague, Professor Vanessa Scherman, who will take you through essays and portfolios. Thank you, colleagues. Over to you, Vanessa.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. Solange, if you can just change the slide for me, please. So I think one of the things that makes essay questions so difficult is because we need to really engage our thinking, and our writing also needs to be very clear. So one of the things that I would like to just emphasize is the fact that what we want to do within an essay question format is we want to test higher order thinking. This does mean that we are going to be challenging you to analyze or to evaluate or to create something. And in order to do this, we are expecting that you do understand the foundational knowledge, as would be tested in some of these shorter questions, as Dr. Solange has already indicated. Solange, next slide. So I think one of the things that is so important about successful essay writing is to be able to identify what type of question are we dealing with. So the first thing is, does the essay ask us to write a short or concise answer? Is it, are we tasked to explain and write a full inquiry essay that is developed with supporting detail? And very, very often there are some hints in terms of, if we are looking at an explain essay, then we are looking for keywords such as discuss, explain, analyze, or illustrate. So it's very important that we understand the type of essay question that we're dealing with. When we are thinking about compare essays, one of the things that we are looking at is we are looking at some of these similarities and differences. We are looking at relationships between specific concepts. And in order to help us to identify whether or not we're looking at a compare essay, we look for keywords such as compare, contrast, or relate. If we are tasked to argue a particular point of view or to take a specific stance, and here I always think about law in terms of the way that they approach certain topics, but certainly in every field it is applicable. We start to look for words such as prove or to justify. Please remember, when we're writing an essay, it's very, very important that we use evidence to substantiate some of the things that we are saying. If we are looking at what we would call an assess essay, we tend to look for words such as criticize, evaluate, or interpret. And this really involves assessing an issue or describing effective criteria, but can also include defending a position. Next slide. So one of the things that we can really do when we are thinking about writing essays is when we are thinking about just factual recall, and this is like list, state, or summarize, we basically just restate or summarize from the notes that we have made. Now that we are fully online, there are a lot of activities that we expect you to do online, and from these you will generate notes which you can then use just to restate. If we are looking at analyze, explanation, or relationships, we are looking for things like explain or discuss. Basically, what we want you to do is we want you to use critical analysis, and we want you to be able to explain in detail what it is that you are arguing for. If we are thinking about synthesis or application, we look for cues such as analyze and evaluate. This is where we transfer the principles or materials learned online to a specific situation. So think about the case studies that Dr. Solange has indicated. We could very well give you a case study and ask you to write an essay based on that. If it's about opinion, it's about what you think. So yes, it's about saying what you think, but it's also about substantiating what you think and using what we have spoken about a little bit earlier in terms of academic integrity. referencing your sources properly, integrating the information in a meaningful way. Next slide. So I think it's very, very important that when we think about essay questions, that we are expecting you to display depth of knowledge. We are expecting you to be able to reason in terms of why certain things are the way they are according to you. In terms of examinations, it's very, very important that we think about the formats, but as well, if we are thinking about assignments, it's so important that we organize our ideas in a logical, reasonable way and flow. And for this, as Dr. Salosh has previously said, she made use of mind maps. Well, concept maps and mind maps can be very, very useful, even in essay writing, to start to help you to organize some of these ideas and to ensure that you don't miss an idea. We also suggest that before you sit down and officially write, that you do a little bit of free writing. We're doing a little bit of brain gym, we're just loosening up all of our muscles. That helps us in terms of just getting into the flow of writing and thinking. Next slide. So if you are thinking about during the assessment, one of the things that we like to provide or to suggest is that you do a memory dump. So write down everything that you know about the topic. It is also important that we circle the keywords. Why? Because we want to be able to identify what type of essay we are writing. It is so important that we need to organize our essay. So we do need to think about time, how much time we are going to need. Time management is very important in any assessment, but we also need to be able to write in full sentences and paragraphs. And we also need to be very, very mindful of spelling, grammar, and the mechanics in terms of how we are trying to state what we want to say. I love what Dr. Norma said early in terms of grammar and punctuation. If you miss out, the meaning of the sentence is totally different. And let's face it, we don't want to become cannibals. Next slide. So general comments, just going over this again, thinking very carefully, reading the questions 2 or 3 times is very, very important. It's very, very important that we understand what our action words are, and circling the keywords, identifying whether or not that this is just a one paragraph or a multi-paragraph answer. So normally if it's a topic sentence, it's a 1 paragraph answer. If it's more like a thesis statement, something that we want to elaborate on a little bit more, then it's a multiple paragraph answer. And always remember, when we are writing essays, we are trying to organize our whole writing plan around a central thesis statement from which we are then developing our arguments. Next slide. So it's also very important that you write a brief outline. Don't just sit down and write. The creative writing and the mind dump that we were talking about is just for us to start to get our ideas free. But it is important that we have some kind of outline so that we make sure that we don't miss some of the things that we feel are really, really important to include. It's very important to be as logical as possible. So remember, we are not in your heads. So I often have this conversation, especially with colleagues, when we start to talk about academic writing. We are very inclined to write from a space in our heads where we know things that other people actually don't. So it's very important that we are logical, that we include easy transitions, that our argument flows, that there's this general golden thread throughout our writing. Very, very important. Your essay does need to be structured. So you do need to have an introduction, you do need to have a body, and you do need to have a conclusion. Salosh, I think we can skip the video. I'll just include it in the notes. Thank you. Okay, so moving swiftly along to portfolios. And as Salasha said, you'll get a full set of our slides, so some of the things you can work through on your own, and please feel free to contact us if you have any questions. So the nature of a portfolio is that it's always a work in progress. Portfolios are designed as an authentic assessment tool, and what we are trying to see is we're trying to see the development of your learning and the development of your thinking. So we want to see how you have integrated certain ideas from one point in time to another. And as such, we are really challenging you to use both inquiry type methods as well as reflection. So a lot of reflection in terms of metacognition, a lot of, I think I learned this for this particular reason. I think that I can apply it in this particular way. Next slide. So we have different types of portfolios that you will encounter during your time with us at Unisa. So if it's a showcase portfolio, it contains products that demonstrate how capable you are at any given moment. So think about it, a one shot. It's the best pieces that you can put together. If it's an assessment portfolio, we are trying to assess certain competencies, and we'll be very specific about what it is that we would like you to include in your portfolio. If it's a development portfolio, it shows how you've developed over a period of time. So very, very often what we would want you to do is we would want you to include tasks that you initially handed in and was marked, and then a revised version of that where you reflect on that and start to tell us what it is that you've learned, how it is that the feedback assisted you. It's very important that, remember, when we are thinking about portfolio assessment, we are thinking about competencies. So we are thinking about competencies in terms of your cognitive learning domain, in terms of what you have learned. We are thinking about psychomotor learning domain in terms of the actual application of skills and abilities. And then, of course, affective learning domain, we are looking at beliefs and values, because we do bring that to everything that we do. Next slide. So what to remember, very important, read the criteria very carefully. You will be given a rubric as part of your portfolio assessment. Know what is in the rubric, read what is required. Organize your portfolio in a logical, meaningful way. So have a table of contents, have a cover, label the sections clearly so that we know what is going on, and make sure that you are including those vital reflections when you are requested to do so. And this is a vital step in terms of those metacognitive processes. Next slide. So what you need to remember is that what we are focusing on is we are focusing on thoughtfulness. So why you are including certain things in the way that you are including it. We are focusing on growth and development in terms of the content. So we want to see how it is that you are assimilating the material that we are giving you in a meaningful manner. We want to see that you are understanding what it is that we are expecting you to understand, because remember, what we are trying to do is prepare you for the world of work. So very, very often the theoretical and the practical don't necessarily meet. So in terms of diverse inclusions, think carefully about what it is that you want to display and what it is that you want to convey. So while portfolio assessment sounds very easy, we're just putting stuff together, it is a very, very careful, mindful process based on the criteria in terms of what is required. Next slide. So this is an example of a rubric of a portfolio specifically. So you will see that there are a number of things included in the rubric. We have got different levels of performance as well as different criteria. So if you are aiming for poor, impossible to follow and the organization of the portfolio. So if your portfolio is not well organized, then you will get a poor result, which in this case would be ranked from 1 to 4. So you need to think very, very carefully about how it is that you want to include your artifact so that you can show meaningful learning. Next slide. So very, very important when we start to think about all of our assessments, We need to use our assignments as a type of guide. So we use our activities that we are giving you online because these are vital in terms of learning how we are asking the questions, so that when you do come to any particular assessment that you are not baffled. Make sure that you read your necessary tutorial letters, which is very, very important. Always remember that we are looking for the major concepts as well as the details. It's so, so important that when we are thinking about higher order thinking skills, that we are thinking about relationships, similarities, as well as differences. And it's very, very important that you need to be able to apply these in your own words. So we don't want a textbook definition. We want to hear your voice using the evidence that you have. Next slide. So what I always like to suggest to my students is that we find practice questions. So sometimes you would have access to previous exams, but what I also strongly encourage my students to do, especially because we know that students have got Telegram groups, WhatsApp groups, use those communities to come up with sample questions and practice questions to help you to think about concepts in a very, very different way. It is very, very important that you are conveying clear understanding and knowledge, not only of the terminologies, but how these can be applied. So when you are thinking about your practice questions, remember to include these types of questions. And it also is important to integrate your materials from different parts, because remember, when we start to think about higher order thinking skills, which is what we are expecting of you at this particular stage, then we do expect you to be able to integrate and create something new in terms of what you already know. Next slide. So it's also very, very important that when you are preparing for any type of assessment, that you go back to your previous assessments and that you do error analysis. Where is it that I went wrong? And this is where feedback is so important. So we are looking for patterns where we got things wrong. Are we leaving things out by mistake? Are we making careless errors because we are rushing? Are we prioritizing the wrong information? Are we applying the information in a manner that is not sufficient? And of course, we also need to make note of mastery errors. Next slide. So in conclusion, what we would like you to say for any assessment, plan your time carefully. And remember, if you prepare adequately in any assessment, including your exams, then your knowledge and skills will speak for itself. So keep calm and good luck.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Salosh Govender and Professor Vanessa Scherman. Both Salosh and Vanessa have given us a lot of information that we need to focus on in terms of assessments, and we really need a dedicated day just to discuss this in terms of how we prepare you for the assessments and some of the ways that academics could pose their questions. And I think these are critical information that you need. So thank you very much, colleagues, with that short space of time to actually unpack some of those critical elements in the different assessments and the different approaches that we have. So ladies and gentlemen, let's move on with the program. Now, after you've engaged with assessments, we now want to move on to the process for online assignment submission. How does that work? What are some of the elements that you need to focus on in terms of submission, the exam readiness, final year students? And these are all questions that you've actually engaged with in the chat as well. And to unpack this for us, we have two colleagues from DSAA, Daniel Rasebotsa and Renster Modiga, who will unpack this and provide that critical information that you need. So let me hand over to Daniel. Mr. Rasebotsa, thank you very much for taking the time to really provide this critical information to our students, but also unpack some of the processes that the students may not be aware of, that this can be new information to them. Thank you very much, Daniel. Let me hand over to you as you walk us through this. Thanks.
Greetings to all, and thank you, Denzel. let me indicate that I'll focus on the formative assessment, and my colleague, Mr. Modiga, will focus on the summative assessment. Then we start by emphasizing one of our role as Directorate Student Assessment Administration is to support the administrative part of assessment in partnership with ICT to set up the necessary and processes. Every assignment has a due date and it is in line with the academic calendar for the university. And this information is available on myModules. Assignment is important to assist with achievement of learning and learning outcomes as emphasized by Professor Govender. And each assignment has a weight which contributes to your year mark. While we are saying the weight of the assignment, remember in each and every module, there are a number of assignments allocated for that academic year. So you might find that for a specific module, there are 3 assignments for that module. The primary lecturer might decide that assignment 1 carries 20%, assignment 2 carries 30%, assignment 3 carries 50% towards the year mark. So it will depend each and every on every module, the weight regarding on the assessment and the weight of each and every assignment towards the year mark. So year mark contributes towards the module, the final mark of that module code. While for continuous assessment modules, year mark is the final mark. Assignment submission enables students to get exam admission. So it is important that students should submit assignment for them to be granted admission. Or remember that all assignments are submitted online and no hard copy will be accepted and marked. Professor Govender also emphasized on the types of assessment. We've got single file upload, we've got quizzes, we've got forums, under discussion forums, we've got workshop activities which allow for limited peer assessment. And the information is available on the module site for quizzes and forums. In terms of assignment, when assignments are submitted on myModules, are routed directly to the lecturer for marking. What does that imply? Is that immediately the student submitted an assignment and get the proof of submission, meaning that that assignment or that piece of information which is submitted for assessing the student is ready for marking. So it's important that students should also stick to the due date. Don't wait until the closing date to avoid unnecessary unforeseen circumstances or unforeseen problems. Because you might find that when you wait for the last minute, you might find that the network that day is too slow. So please make sure that don't do the last minute submission, submit on time to avoid unforeseen problems. Otherwise, in brief, there's no resubmission is allowed after the due date or after the assignment has been marked. Just to emphasize that before submitting your assignment, make sure that the content is correct and keep proof of submission safe. Why we are emphasizing that point is that we are also receiving some of the queries where the students will indicate that why I've obtained 0 on this specific assignment. Only find that when we do our investigation, the student have submitted the wrong content. So the primary lecturer or the mark have allocated 0% because the content is not the right one or the content is not the correct one. For example, the student will submit ENG 1501 assignment under the folder of AFL 1501. So in such instances, please student, we request you that you should make sure that the content of assignment is correct and submitted on the right platform. We can't emphasize enough that plagiarism is totally unacceptable. students submitting similar assignments or sharing answers, that is totally not allowed. And if you want to discuss your assessment with the lecturer, you need to, for further clarity on the marked assignment, please contact your primary lecturer so that you must give a full details how your assignment has been marked, even though the feedback has been always supplied during the marking. So if you need further clarity regarding the mark assignment, please discuss that with your primary lecturer. In terms of the exam admission, the exam admission is granted based on the criteria set by the lecturer on the tutorial letter. Please adhere to the requirements. Some of the criteria which I'll briefly explain, for example, the primary lecturer might indicate that you can submit at least one assignment for you to be granted exam admission. And another primary lecturer on the different module might decide to say that for you to be granted exam admission, you need to submit at least 2 assignments, meaning that if there are three assignments for that specific module, for you to be granted exam admission, you need to submit at least 2 assessments for you to be granted exam admission. The last criteria which I might share with you is in relation to exam admission is the one for percentage. The module coordinator or the primary lecturer might say that for you to be granted exam admission in this module, you need to attain certain percent or you need to obtain certain percent for you to be granted exam admission. For example, the primary lecturer might say that in my module, for you to be granted exam admission, must at least get 40% on all the assignment. So those are some of the criteria which are being used for a student to be granted exam admission. So special admission will only be granted only after investigation of each student challenge. No student will be allowed to write examination if not admitted. I want to emphasize that you won't be granted, if you are not granted exam admission, you won't be allowed to write exam admission. That's in brief from my side. For inquiries, there's an email address to assign@unisa.ac.za, or there is a toll-free number which you can contact from Student Communication Service Center 0800 00 1870. Lastly, just to know that a big mistake made by many students at the onset of their studies is to underestimate the volume and the pace of academic work. So it is important that students should start engaging with the work from the beginning, and so that they shouldn't have challenges in terms of preparing or submitting their work or assignment at the last date. On that score, we wish you all the best on your journey and good luck. I thank you, Denzel. I'll hand over to Mr. Modiga to come up with the summative assessment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Those were some good insights while waiting for Mr. Modiga. Come on, there's some good insights, some practical as well in terms of really positioning yourself and preparing yourself for the processes of the institution. Let's see. Wait for Mr. Modiga to go. Mr. Modiga, are you with us?
I am here, Denzel.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Presentation?
Thanks.
Hold on, it's taking some time. It's coming.
Perfect.
There you go. Let me take this opportunity to thank the Deanery of SEDU, led by Magano, Prof. Magano, Dr. Chetty as the program director of today, colleagues, and our lovely students. I say welcome and a very good day to them. Let's share some of the information that are crucial in terms of the summative assessment. There's a lot that has been mentioned in terms of different kinds of assessments that has been shared by our two presenters that have since actually engaged us on in terms of what is an MCQ, what is a portfolio, and then how those portfolios and how those different kinds of exams has to be approached. Those exams are being submitted on different platforms. You've got my exams, which is Moodle based, and then you also have take home file uploads. You've got the randomized MCQs that are done on Moodle, and at times like this year that we've been having a couple of students that were coming from other years for some odd reasons and for some challenges that we might have actually had. We've also accommodated set opportunity students to be able to use this to submit their assessments for different reasons. And on daily basis, should there be a problem, a general problem by the university to say that systems were not up on time, perhaps in one or the other question paper was not clear or was not uploaded, the university will either give students extra time for their submission of their assessments, or they will send a contingency link that will be used to submit the TUS examination assessments or those assessments. And we've also used the all-Sakai based year modules and supplementary students, also using same postgraduate student, and all of those are being marked on JRouter. Right, these different kinds of examinations or of different kinds of assessment, they appear differently on the examination timetable. The portfolios will appear as module arrangement. But what is key to you students is that you should know that each same module arrangement on the timetable, it then means and warrants you to go on the module arrangement to be able to see and get to know in as to when that particular module is going to open, if it's a portfolio, and when it's going to close. I'm going to repeat this. Module arrangement on the timetable, it means that a timetable or the date and time in as to when that particular examination is going to open will be communicated to you on the announcement, and you should be able to go and read that and be able to be ready on time. The MCQs, we are having modules that are having a lot of students, 10,000 plus, and it is then incumbent that students should, in this regard, also be very, careful. That exams was said that it will start at 9 o'clock and close at 11 o'clock. It might not mean that you are going to write from 9 to 11. It could be that you are going to have a lot of students. Therefore, we have actually, put you in groups, and then it's very pertinent to always look at the information sent to you in as to on what group are you, at what time are you scheduled to write, for you to be able to access the system. Because failure, which you might actually encounter problems because you might have not been scheduled to write on that particular time slot. And remember that you are writing on that day doesn't necessarily mean that you can write at any slots. If there were 3 slots and then you are scheduled to write on a second slot, then you should actually go and write on a second slot. That is on MCQs, colleagues. Continuous assessment as part of one of the assessments that we are using. We know here a lecturer could choose 1 to 6, and then they will be writing, the one with the bigger percentage as the last one, at times called a portfolio. Right, there are 2 things that have changed in terms of our rules and regulations or our assessment procedural manual. The FI concession has changed drastically. The old undergraduate FI concession was saying students that are left with 1 or 2 modules to complete their qualification will qualify if they've written and failed the examination in their last examination for FI concession. And there was no attachment of a percentage. But now what we have since changed is that you will only qualify when you have 30%. But how will we know that you are an FI concession student? It is incumbent that as in when you are registering your last modules, that you tick on the registration form for them to know and be able to update their records that you are an FI concession student, meaning if you have written the 5 that you are registering now and you have written and passed them all, you are going to graduate. If you fail to, then the policy will kick in and see in as to whether you qualify for this criterion and be able to accommodate you to be part of the FI concession students that will be assisted in one or the other. The FI concession doesn't apply for continuous assessment, research, portfolios, practicals, research modules, signature modules, modules registered for NDP. Outstanding module is required to complete a SLP. Students may not be granted FI concession more than once the same academic period, and students may not be granted FI concession after he or she has failed the supplementary examination. The communication thereon will be sent to students 6 weeks after the release of the results, meaning we have only managed to finalize majority of our results last week Friday, and then we'll soon be getting in touch with those students that qualifies for this concession given the new criteria for them to be invited for that examination. Oh yes, sorry. The other rule that have changed is the supplementary examination. Let me take you 1 or 2 steps back. That you know that the supplementary rule or the supplementary mark was 40% to 46 or to 47. You know that students that couldn't write the examination due to unforeseen circumstances were given another opportunity by applying to the university using the documentary proof of the reasons why they couldn't write the examination for them to be given another opportunity. Now, we've since moved from that, colleagues, and all that we are saying is that a student registered for an undergraduate module is entitled to use 2 consecutive opportunities per module to take the examination, except if the college rules provide otherwise. Student may write the examination during either the first or the second. What do we mean by this? We mean that students that are absent from examination in their first opportunity or students that have failed examination will get another opportunity to write in October, as that will be the last opportunity. Now, the other thing that is very key that I want to overemphasize here is that it is always important to try your luck in the first examination. The reason being, remember in October, if that is your second and last opportunity, you are not, should you have any other unforeseen circumstance, you will not be able to apply for an accredited, nor to apply for a supplementary, to be retained in the 3rd academic period. Because a university can only allow you to write in 2 examination periods, which is the first attempt will be in May, June this time around for newly registered students, and October, November will be the last one. In conclusion, students, Mr. Rasebotsa has mentioned something very key and pivotal in terms of submissions and preparing your desktop before the examination. Please make sure that you always mark your attachments correctly. The reason being, a lot of you got zeros, a lot of you got 10 or 20, not because it's 10 or 20, but at times it's because of submission of wrong material. And the other thing is that if you are not happy with the mark that you got as a final mark, you are welcome to either apply for to purchase your script or to apply for an for a remark if you qualify for that. Remember, remark you have to have something from 46 to 49 and 72 to 74 for you to be able to apply for those. But we are having those as in when you are not happy, and please make a very nice appointment with your primary lecturer after you have gone through the material, the work material that you have submitted. And please don't go there and say you should have given me 2 here. Be ready to learn, and they should be able to take you and hold your hand and believe you in me. In the next coming examination, you'll do better. It is on those words that I say and can only wish you good luck in your examination, and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Ernst. I think both you and Daniel brought in a lot of critical information for our students, especially like the way you highlighted the policy changes and the guidelines for exam sittings and the FI concession as well. So this was really important for our students, and for those students that didn't get the full scope of it, I urge you to go back and watch these two presentations because they really highlight the processes within the institution and more specifically the assignment submission, formative, summative examinations, and what you need to prepare yourself on way in advance as you start engaging these spaces. So I want to thank the two colleagues for taking the time and also engaging us with these critical developments within the UNISA space. It's at my pleasure now to move on to the next session, and I'm sure by now many of you have heard these words proctoring tools at UNISA. For some of you, it's become the swear word, I say in inverted commas, and I'm hoping that even as even as we prepare for Mr. D Molokoane to give us a little bit about the proctoring tools that I use at UNISA, let me invite him to the floor quickly. Dominic, are you with us?
Thank you, Denzel. Thank you, Denzel. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity, colleagues. I greet all our esteemed colleagues within this workshop, as well as our important stakeholders, the students. My name is Dominic Molokoane. I'll be taking you through the proctoring tools that UNISA applies for their various examinations that are conducted online. I'm just going to turn off my camera just to share with you my presentation. Thank you. All of us have known that UNISA has migrated to online platform since 2020 with the advent of COVID-19. That has actually given us some challenges as an institution that for various efforts, we have to align our qualifications with various accreditation bodies like your SAICA, as well as your EXA and all other accreditation bodies that accredit our qualifications. So UNISA introduced what we call a proctoring tools. We do have 3 proctoring tools that we are actually applying. Namely, the first one is IRIS. IRIS is used for College of Science, Engineering and Technology, the CSET college. Those who are registered with that college will be familiar with this IRIS proctoring tool, or if it's the first time, you will familiarize yourself with this proctoring tool. For all other colleges, we've got the Invigilator App. The Invigilator App serves all other colleges, and it's only for take-home exams, meaning that your file and upload use what we call the Invigilator App. We also have the Moodle Proctoring tool, which is an inbuilt tool within Moodle itself. Why do we need to have those proctoring tools? We need to identify and verify the students that are writing the exams. As you all know, and it has been shared during the session by my colleague for disciplinary cases, that there are third-party students, parties, suppliers that assist our students with their examinations. So with the introduction of this proctoring tool, we're trying to mitigate those type of processes. We also want to ensure that the examination rules and regulations are adhered to, as well as protect our qualifications for future employment. The first tool that I'm going to take you through is the IRIS one. What is IRIS? IRIS records the audio, video, and computer screen activity for the duration of a test or an exam. It analyzes this information using machine learning and automatically flags potential academic dishonesty. So when you are using IRIS and you have installed IRIS, which you can install it through what we call a Google Chrome extension, you are able to actually log on and install it on your laptop. Please note that IRIS only uses a laptop or a desktop, not a cell phone. We only use a laptop or a desktop. That laptop that you are using, you need to have stable internet connection. So meaning that you need to be connected to the internet all the time. If your module is scheduled for 2 hours, you need to be connected to the internet for the duration of that session. Even if it's 3 hours, you need internet connectivity. As I've explained, you can install Iris on your laptop, sorry, colleagues, on your laptop or your desktop. How one actually install it? You log on to Google Chrome, you go and navigate to the CSET exam platform. You log on with your Unisa username and password, myUnisa username and password. You click on the link, you choose your exam module, then you click on online assessment. Please note that there is a practice site on the CSET site that students should actually go to before they take on their exam. It is critically important that before you go and write your exam, a day before the exam, you do what you call the Iris practice test. It is loaded there. It will take you through the process that you're supposed to do before you write your examination. Please make sure that you follow the instructions carefully. This is how it looks on the Irish dashboard. When we review the reports or the results of the students, we will get what you call a module code, and it will indicate how many assessments, how many students are sitting on that assessment. This is the number of students that are sitting for this particular assessment. When it was the date it was created, it was on the 21st of June, 2022. This is what we go through from our point of view when you go through the Iris recordings. It will give us what you call your face. It will match your face because you would have taken a photo. It will give us a report on the activities that you were involved in during the session. If you look here, there is a percentage differentiations here. These are different students. It will show you a deviation in terms of from less to highest. To highest, yes, 34%. We are concerned with those that are more than 10%, which is 34%. So we will go to that recording and view it and check what activities that were done. However, it does not exclude the fact that we can't go through all these ones. When we do the recordings, we do that as well. But these ones that are with higher percentage, it means that there was some form of activity that was occurring. So we are very interested in finding out what was the activity. This is what we view on Iris. This is your face. It will record your surroundings. If you are sitting with people that are assisting you, it will actually indicate that you are assisted. If you are speaking to anybody else during the session, it will also indicate that you are talking to somebody else. So it is critical that students, when they write exams, what we have found to be disturbing is that when you go through the video recordings, there's a lot of disturbance, even though there's no suspicious activity that students is engaged in. However, there's some disturbances that are occurring in the background. What we found very peculiar is that when students are writing at the venue, they often encourage us that they want to write in a less invasive environment where there's no noise, there's no music, and so forth and so forth. But when we go through this dashboard of the Iris, we find a lot of characters moving around in the room that the student is specifically using for Iris. So we normally encourage students to say that when you use Iris or you write an exam, please make sure that you are in a quiet place, a well-ventilated place, and with some light in that room or wherever that you'll be writing, so that you are not disturbed or distracted. So that is one of the tools that is being used for Iris, which is, as I've explained, that it is one of the tools that we use for invigilation. The second one that I'm going to take you through is what we call the Invigilator. The Invigilator has got a logo like an owl, sort of like, which means that students, be careful, we're watching you. Doesn't mean that when you write online exams, no one is watching you. This tool, it's a cell phone-based application. This is designed for smart entry-level smartphones, not even the expensive ones, but entry-level smartphones. You can use it on a laptop. If, as a student, you are writing an exam and you are using it as you are writing on your laptop, please ensure that your cell phone is next to your laptop, because that is the only way that you'll be able to scan the QR code that is provided to you so that you can access or you can activate the Invigilator app. It preserves academic integrity. Students can download the Invigilator app from Google Play Store, Apple iStore, or Huawei Gallery. Very important, as with Iris, please ensure that you do the demo exercise before you write the exam. What does the app do? During the session, the app will stop and ask a student, instruct the student to take a selfie, like a photo of themselves. What it does also, it does what you call random microphone checks, meaning that once you have scanned the QR code and you start the assessment, once you start the assessment, you will be prompted to do various actions during the session, like taking a photo of yourself, taking a selfie, photo of your answer sheet, and instruct you to take photo of your ID document. And towards the end, it will upload the answer script at the end of a session. I want to stay on this one, especially the uploading of the answer script of the session. We've discovered that Unisa currently is working in a way that we are saying that students, if a module is scheduled for 3 hours, the app will only invigilate you for that 3 hours. But remember, Unisa has also said that after 3 hours has lapsed, you are given an extra hour to do the upload of your answer script. What we have found most disturbing is that although you use the app, one of the settings that we put on the app is to say that upload your answer scripts at the end of a session. So the app will actually indicate a timer at the bottom of the cell phone, wherein it will actually say, give you 8 minutes to upload all the activities that you were doing. The prompting that we're asking you to take your selfies, your photo of your ID, photo of your answer sheet will be uploaded, including your answer script at the end of the session, not in addition of the hour that one is giving. However, even if you don't complete your answer script upload on the Invigilator app, you are not penalized because you still have an extra hour to do that on my exams or any of the platforms that are offered by Unisa. That is my exams as well as the contingency link. But preferably for safety, also for yourself as well, because what we have found out is that once the student upload the answer script on the Invigilator app, sometimes if they can't pick up the script on the contingency link, we resort to actually mark the one that is uploaded on the Invigilator app. When you register on the app, please do not use any personal email address. Only use my live email address. Because if you are going to register with any other email address, you will get an error message that says that your university does not recognize this email. So we've often found that students, once you register with using their personal email addresses, and that practice has been emphasized to students that even when you communicate with the university, please ensure that you communicate with the university using my live email address. Get used to that because we are using it as well to register on the Invigilator app. The good thing about the Invigilator app is that you don't need internet connectivity for the duration of the session. You only need connectivity at the starting point when you register, when you scan the QR code. And towards the end of the exam session, not the extra upload hour that is granted to students. So most often what we have discovered is that students, they make use of that extra hours for submissions to finalize their examination. That's when you will get students say the Invigilator app does not work. It will totally close you down after the session has expired. It won't continually invigilate you because the duration is set in line with the exam session. You need to scan the QR code as provided by your lecture. The lecturer will share the QR code and the instructions with you prior to the day of the examination. They either put them on my announcements on the platform, the Moodle platform, or it is embedded on the question paper itself. You can either scan the QR code manually. You can either scan it or enter the QR code manually. Then you start the assessment. You need to complete the request as and when prompted by the Invigilator app. As I've explained, once you start the assessment, the timer will also start. There are students that are using one device to write the examination, namely the cell phone only. When you have registered on the Invigilator app and you have scanned the QR code, which is very important, you can only scan the QR code 15 minutes before the exam commences, and not 45 minutes actually, it's 30 minutes. I think it's a typo error here. We give you 45 minutes for scanning, that meaning that is 15 minutes before and 30 minutes thereafter, not 45 minutes. If, say for instance, an exam starts at 8 o'clock, so it will be you will be able to scan the QR code at 7:45 up until 8:30. If you scan it a minute later, your exams won't be invigilated. Hence, when we release result, you will get what we call a non-usage of the app or non-usage of the proctoring tool, which result in your exam results not being released. As I've indicated, if you are using one device, at the top right-hand corner of your cell phone, you can access the learner management site or the site which you are writing the exams on. You can access it at the top right of the app. You can also access, once you open it, you are able to access your question paper. You can't access it before because you have to scan the QR code. Very important. You need to ensure that your phone is fully charged or it is charging. Because if your phone battery dies down during the session, you will be locked out of the app, meaning that your session won't be invigilated. So it is important that when you write the exam, your phone is either fully charged or is charging. Do not lock the phone or exit the app during the session. Some students will find out that they will exit the app after they've scanned the QR code. It must be noted that once you have exited the app and that 45 minutes time-bound limit that you are granted to scan the QR code has lapsed, you won't be able to go back again. So your exams will be treated as null and void because you are not invigilated. And part of our rules is that all modules that are selected for invigilation must be proctored. If you are not proctored, it's a problem for Unisa. Your phone should not be on silent and the volume turned on. Your volume must be turned on. You need to write in a quiet room. It's surprising that when you go through the reports after students have written, we found that students are engaging in nefarious activities or talking about the other issues that they've been doing over the weekends and so forth and so forth. Students, nobody likes to write an exam in a room where there is so much noise or there is disturbances. My understanding is that when you're writing at venues, you didn't want any disturbance or distractions. Can we do that as well when we are being proctored and writing examinations? I know some students will say that we write at an internet cafe, it's full. Even if it's an internet cafe, you don't need to be discussing or talking about other issues. You must also remember that you are writing with other students. So make sure that you are writing an exam in a quiet room. Should you experience problems, contact the technical help desk on the following WhatsApp number: 073-505-8273. That's when you experience problems, when you try and download the app. Because some of the phones, they will tell us that they're not compatible, but you've got technical people who can assist you in downloading the app. During this, there was a comment to say that the Invigilator app is not working. The Invigilator app worked quite good. Yours is just to ensure that you scan the QR code. Yours is just to ensure that you register on the app using my live email address, not any other email address. Please note, students, that because we are talking to students who are preparing for October, November, some of you might have been registered now in May, June. Please note that we will only share the information of your registration with the supplier, I think towards the end of August. So don't bother to go and register on the app now. Wait up until the end of August, where your information will be shared with the supplier so that we can create licenses for you, so that you can also register on the app. However, there are other students who are retaining students. Yours, you need not worry. The Invigilator app is already on your cell phones. Yours is just to scan the QR code on the day of the examination and write the exam. There is a training videos that is that goes along with this presentation. During your time, because I believe that this presentation will be shared, you can play that video and it will take you through the process on how to do the registration and on what to do, which is critically important for you to be proctored for the exam. Before I conclude, colleagues, Denzel and the team, I just want to indicate that I did indicate earlier on to say that one of the proctoring tools that we also use is a Moodle Proctoring tool. That Moodle Proctoring tool is not a difficult one. It is built in within Moodle itself. So students need to have a camera, a laptop with camera, or a cell phone with a camera, so that they can write the quiz. Without those, because once they scan, once they start the quiz, the system will ask them to allow their device, the access to their device's camera. If they don't allow it, they won't be able to write the quiz, but they need to allow it, whether it's a cell phone or a laptop or a laptop. Yes, I think I'll pause there, Denzel. Thanks a lot for this opportunity.
Thank you very, very much, Dominic, for that. I think you really stressed the importance of the proctoring tools for academic integrity. And really, at the end of the day, it's to ensure that the qualification that the student has is really worth the paper that we say it's on. And I think you've actually did quite well in also highlighting the different devices, the tools that enable, the cameras, and how it actually fits in. I know as we start preparing also for examinations, we'll come back to this issue, but I think at this point you've actually given the students quite a good understanding of the importance of the proctoring tools and how some of these work, as well as some of the challenges that we encountered. So thank you very, very much for that, Dominique, and the presentation, and we'll also share the presentation with those that have attended as well. So thank you very, very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point of time, we move on to the next part of our presentation, which is the role of ICT in supporting students. And it's my pleasure this time for us, it's actually our pleasure this time to invite Mr. Jason Ming, who's the Director of ICT Systems Enhancement and Maintenance. And I know he's always very, very busy, so it's really our honor today to have him engage with you at a student level and really talking to us about some of the developments. So thank you very much, Jason, for taking the time and meeting with our students amidst your busy schedule. We really, really appreciate this. So let me hand it over to you, Jason, as you walk us through this. Thanks, Jason. Thanks, Jason. We can see you. Services. Okay, I think Dr. Ntuli has some problems. So let me try to see if Jason, are you back with us? Jason, connected?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
Perfect, Jason. Yes, perfect. Thanks, Jason. Okay, let me introduce you quickly once again. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, once again, let me introduce Mr. Jason Ming. He's the Director of ICT Systems Enhancement and Maintenance at Unisa, and it is truly our pleasure today to have Jason with us, especially as I mentioned earlier, amidst his busy schedule. So thank you once again, Jason, for joining us and sharing these insights of ICT support with our students. We really appreciate it. So let me hand over to you, Jason. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity. Welcome to you, our students. Very warm welcome to you. My name is Jason. I work in the ICT portfolio at Unisa. I work with a wonderful team that supports all of those colleagues actually who have shared with you today. Those are our academics, our service departments. We provide the technology that they need to serve you. And in so doing, we serve you to our students. So our goal then is to ensure that our lecturers, our tutors and administrative team members can serve you with the efficiency that they need. So we think, we connect and we share in a digitalized world. And central to the enablement of Unisa's comprehensive open distance e-learning offering is the ICT portfolio. So what exactly is our role and what do we do that contributes to service to you? As the ICT portfolio, we recognize opportunities afforded by further digitalization in Unisa. And it is really about incremental innovation that improves your experience, which advances your success and realizes growth in research output. I think it's worthwhile talking about our strategy, and it's important that we share this with you to know that from a technology perspective, which is many of our services is dependent on that. How, from an IT perspective, and how is Unisa then positioning themselves to further the quality of service that we provide to you? So the 5 key elements of our strategy is really, firstly, student centricity and academic focus. It is composability. It's a service culture. It's about delivering secure teaching and learning and research platforms and capabilities and results. It's about offering a secure digital workplace and innovation in general. And it starts with you, our student. With you at the center, ICT's portfolio delivers technology solutions which support you in our journey with us. We enable those digital processes that support you in our progression as an applicant, student, and graduate. So from the time that you explored our offerings on our corporate website, your application for a chosen qualification, your acceptance of that offer, your registration, and your interaction with our lecturers and e-tutors on our digital teaching and learning platforms, through to your assessment, your participation in such activities, right through to your graduation, we provide the technology which enables that. So, these are the core focus areas in terms of composability in teaching and learning and research. And so we really are driving business process mapping and optimization. The idea is that we optimize processes that we can be more efficient in serving you. In ICT, we continue to develop and mature the technology solution lifecycle. We've identified mapped processes which are ready for AI-assisted automation, and we enable predictive and prescriptive analytics by providing storage, data, security, and related tools. So just maybe getting more practical, we talk about a secure digital workplace, we talk about secure digital interaction in our community. It's important that we talk about aspects that pertain to our security online. So Unisa has a digital presence. The corporate website you've probably all visited already, but more relevant to you as a student, you've probably already accessed our myUnisa portal, and that being a digital channel for news and notices and access to self-service administrative features. And some of these self-service features can really help you with securing your profile. And so one of the important things to ensure that is kept up to date with us is your cell phone number. So to ensure that your cell phone number is correct and up to date, you can use the biographical details service. You'll find that on the myUnisa website. And once logged in, navigate to the My Admin tab. And so your cell phone number is obviously needed if you've forgotten your myUnisa password. You can use a self-service feature. It'll send you an SMS, which will facilitate that process of you resetting your password. But also, what's important to note, the accuracy of your cell phone number is important, because if or when you are eligible for mobile data allocation, the cellular number that we have on record is the number to which data will be allocated. So when you register with us, you do capture 3 numbers, I think: home, work, and cellular number. So the important thing is to keep that cell number up to date, so that when data is provisioned, you'll get it onto the right SIM. So just look out on myUnisa for any announcements that may pertain to mobile data allocation. And once any provisioning process starts, typically for the next exam cycle, if you are eligible and you expect to have had your data loaded already, you can inquire via the email channel, dataqueries@unisa.ac.za. What's also important to keep safe, as colleagues have mentioned earlier, is your password. We do recommend that you change your password as frequently as you can. Once a month is considered best practice. And of course, you all know that it's best to keep your password private and not to share with anyone else. What's also important to enable within your digital profile is multi-factor authentication. This you can set up on your My Life profile. What that does is ensure that any changes to your account require a second factor of authentication. So there's a online site, myaccount.microsoft.com. If you log into there with your My Life credentials, if you haven't done so yet, do that and navigate to the security info section and choose any of the following methods to manage multi-factor authentication. Could be SMS text-based, email, or the Authenticator app, which you can download and install on your smartphone. So yeah, regarding your My Life account, you know that that it's an Office 365 account, and it provides you access to Office 365 online productivity tools that you can use to prepare your assignment submissions or research work. We recommend that you use OneDrive to store your work so that you can access your last saved work from any computer that you might have access to wherever you are. we of course support you as a lifelong learner, and as you graduate and advance as an educator, a lawyer, perhaps an accountant, an engineer, an author, or an economist, or an environmentalist, your My Life profile remains with you for life. Ngiyabonga. Thank you, colleague. Thank you, student.
Thank you very, very much, Jason, for that. Ladies and gentlemen, as you've seen from the presentation from Jason, this is quite an interesting space because you would note that ICT really drives innovation in the institution. But besides driving innovation in the institution, it's really the engine for many of our operations within the university, and it's really what makes sure that we are running at optimal level at all time. And Jason actually did well to unpack the intricacies of the ICTs. But he also spoke, and I think this was quite important because Jason stressed the importance of the data that we have and the information that we have on our systems for your multi-authentication factors, your getting your data. And this is why you often find our campaigns are driving to make sure that the information that you put up on the systems are accurate. And the last point that Jason has also highlighted was the different services that we provide at the university in terms of this. And I think this is quite an important one and quite exciting for us as well. So thank you very much, Jason, for taking the time to unpack that for our students and also guiding students on what are the importance in terms of ICT structure and infrastructure at the institution. Let's cross over to the regions while Mr. Jason Ming sorts the audio out. We'll come back to Jason now because I think it's quite a critical session on the role of ICT. Let's move on to, I'm sorry to do this to you, Dr. Ntuli. Can we bring you on, Dr. Ntuli, to speak to us a little bit about the regions and the support that the regions have in place for students? Dr. Ntuli?
Good afternoon, colleagues. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Dr.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Okay, great. Let me greet you all students, all our staff members present. Mine is just to give you, are you going to project from that side? Or do I need to project?
We can do that for you if you're comfortable with it. Can I ask Richard to project for us, Richard?
Okay, let me project.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Dr. Ntuli.
It will be easy. It will be easier that way. So that I can control this from my side. Okay, thank you, colleagues. Mine is just to give you the what needs to happen, what the type of support that you will be expecting from the regions, because you will know that UNISA is not only in Makoniak, it's throughout the country. Just to give you a bit of a background.
Dr. Ntuli, I think we lost you for a bit there. Okay, it seems as though we're having some network challenges today. Dr. Ntuli, are you with us? Okay, while we try to get Dr. Ntuli back on, Dr. Ntuli, if you are able to hear me, we can't actually hear you on our side. I think it's a network issue on your side. That's probably connecting. Can I ask my colleagues quickly, Dr. Ingrid Murray, sorry to bring you in so early. Any of the questions emerging on the floor that you can pick up that we need to address?
Yes, hi Denzel. I think the most prominent questions that has come out in the last bit is questions related to the invigilating software in the Invigilator apps. So there was a few different questions. One that I'd like to address is with the Invigilator app. If you are, so also let me start at a slightly different place. There's 3 invigilation softwares that the university use: Iris, the Invigilator app, and an app built into the myModules platform for when you are doing multiple choice questions. And it's really important that students are really clear from the beginning what their exam is going to be needing. And for that, students will see it on their exam timetable when the time comes. The general rule, I think, is if you're in CSET, you're going to be using the IRIS app. If you are if you're doing a multiple choice exam, it will most probably be myModules. And if you are using, if you're writing a take-home written exam, it's most probably going to be the Invigilator app. So just be clear right from the beginning about which one you're going to be used. As always, there's always questions on, what to do when there's electricity outage. And we know that this is a problem. And what I can recommend to students is once it gets closer to the exam time and you're a bit more aware of what the exam, what the load shedding schedule will be like, that you try and make arrangements to go and write maybe with a friend or at a different house or at your workplace around the load shedding schedule.
Right. Okay,
yes,
perfect.
so I don't know, Denzel, you're just going to signal me when you want, when the other presenters are ready.
Perfect, thanks. I think let's see, Dr. Ntuli should be back on. I see you on the list. Dr. Ntuli, are you with us?
Yes, I am with you.
Thanks, Doc. Let me hand over back to you.
Hello, Dr. Denzel. Can you please disembark? Can you please unshare the program so that I can? Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, as I was saying that with ODL, we are focusing on removing barriers to access learning, flexibility of learning provision, student-centeredness, supporting students and constructing learning programs with the expectation that students can succeed. Our focus is mostly on e-learning, which is facilitated through technological processes, systems, and resources. The ODL nature prompted student support services like regional offices to reach out to students regardless of geographical location, to create a positive learning experience for our students, to facilitate students' success by providing professional administration and academic student support services. I will emphasize on the issue of academic student support services. Why am I saying that? It's because, yes, we have removed barriers because we are all over the country. In my presentation, I mean, in my introduction, I did say that we are all over the country. As you may see, in all the provinces, there is UNISA. You go to the Eastern Cape, you come to Gauteng, we are there. You go to KZN, we are there. In Limpopo, we are there. That's the region that we call Northeastern region. We are in Midlands, we are in Mpumalanga, Nelspruit. We are also in the Western Cape. So we are really serious about reaching out to our students because we are informed by the UNISA student profile. We have full-time students, we have unemployed students, we've got part-time students, we've got retired, by the way, and we are called to support these students. All these categories are supported by UNISA. In the regions, you've got all this, a plate of services that we offer to you. We offer library services. We offer work integrated learning. There is also registration offices where you can walk in or you can even contact them online. We've got counseling services where you will be able to speak to someone in case you've got a challenge with your studies in every area, be it personal or even through in your studies. We've got study spaces where you can go in, sit and study and even meet other students during your journey of learning. We've got technological enhanced learning where they provide you with the skills and competencies on how to use a computer and also help you with a number of things, upload even the so-called Office 365 etc. And that's how we support. But with it, I just want, under facilitation of learning, we facilitate learning by providing you with tutorial classes. Pre-COVID, we used to have face-to-face tutorials. Unfortunately, when COVID hit, we had to change the way we do business and in supporting our students. We therefore support you by providing classes that are virtual in nature through MS Teams. You need to enroll for those classes. I will give you details as I continue to present. We also have academic literacies where we understand the background of our students, that some of them have been to school and they've never been into the institution of higher learning where they are expected to write academically. And that's the skill that we impart to you as you go to the workshops, etc. And then we have got technology enhanced learning. As it says, we provide you with technological skills. Then focusing on tutorials, we appoint qualified tutors approved by module lecturers. They are not on their own. They are not doing things just by themselves. They work together with the lecturers. That is why, while I'm still on that point, stop going out to people who lure you to go to them for tutorials, because at the end of the day, you will provide one answer and then you will fail, as the previous speaker has already said. So come to the Unisa platforms to support for support in terms of your modules. We only provide high risk .
I think we lost Dr. Ntuli again. Maybe it's a network issue, and yet it was getting so interesting about the services offered by the regions. I think Dr. Ntuli will probably log off and log back on again. She can hear us. But as you have seen, ladies and gentlemen, from the variety of, firstly, the regions are really spread across the country to give you that points of access. It's not just in Pretoria, it's really across the country. So you have these points of access that you can go to for these types of services. And as Dr. Ntuli foregrounded, there is a variety of services, right from academic literacy, work integrated learning, and she summed up that quite well. And then she also mentioned, and I think it has been come across quite strongly today, is the point on not to be lured by people that make you empty promises. Unisa offers these services for free, so please take and make use of these.
As I was saying, colleagues and students, that we are offering tutorials. And as we are offering tutorials, this is for you. And we expect you to register with this institution with tutorials, because you will be able, I can't see, okay, because you will be able to get something that is recognized by the institution, not any other institution, because those people make you to pay a lot of money, and at the end of the day, they set you up for failure. So make sure that you register. The sessions, I just want to say the sessions are also recorded and they are shared with those who attend on the regional website, on the regional Facebook page, and also on myUnisa module site. Next slide, David. Then we have academic literacies, as I've already alluded to that. We've got 3 types of academic literacies. We've got reading and writing services for purely for undergraduate students, and we've got quantitative literacies. Quantitative literacies focuses on numbers. If you are doing the DSCs, if you are doing the QMIs and the economics, this is where the maths, you fall in this category. So attend these sessions, these workshops, because they will assist you. If you attend the undergraduate students reading and writing workshops, you will be assisted on how to write academically in the correct manner that will be that is acceptable within the academic institution. And the last one is the research writing. This is for postgraduate. We know that not only the master's and the PhD students are assisted here, but all those who are also doing the honors degrees. There are those modules that have got a research element. Therefore, you will receive an invite to attend our workshops, to also attend the one-on-one sessions, because we also provide, we understand that some students may not learn well in a group. However, when they come in smaller groups or one-on-one, you will be able to be assisted. Next slide. Then, yeah, I've already alluded on this. Then I just want to say, you also have a role to play as a student. As a student, you are expected to go through your study material. Send problematic areas to the lecturer via your email address. Put your student number in the subject area of the email. Participate on e-tutorial sessions, not only on the face-to-face, but also on the e-tutorial sessions, because that's where you will also meet other students if you cannot meet them on the virtual tutorials. Participate actively in myUnisa discussion forums and any other support service. You will succeed. We guarantee you of the success, because we as an institution, we do our role as we expect you to also do your role. Activate your myUnisa and myLife emails through our technology enhanced learning unit in the regions. They will assist you virtually or even face-to-face as you come in. Next slide. And then important tips to keep abreast. These are the tips that we want to give you as a learner. Always check your myUnisa, myLife announcements, because we have found that as we service our students in the regions, you do not read your myUnisa, myLife, you don't go to that page. Please do yourself a favor, go to that page and read your emails from myLife, because if you don't, you will forever be behind. Check your website and Facebook pages like our page, our regional pages, be whether you are in the Midlands, whether you are in Western Cape or you are in Gauteng, like the Facebook page, because you'll get important information that will assist you as you journey in your studies. And give us feedback through emails, through the regional Facebook pages, and even student surveys. Next slide. These are the contacts that you can access us. In Gauteng region, we've got a common email address, KwaZulu-Natal, Midlands, Northeastern, and Western Cape. So this is where you can contact us. We are all over. With that said, I wish you all the best in your studies. We are there to assist you. We are there to support you. Thank you, and good luck.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ntuli, for those wise words. And I think you actually culminated it so nicely. Thank you, and good luck. We really wish our students all the best as they engage with their studies in the semester as well. And thank you for also highlighting the critical spaces that the students have to engage in the regions and the regional support systems that are in place. And I think this is where we actually encourage all our students to get into the regions, contact the regions, and engage the support. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been 5 hours. It's been 5 amazing hours. I can't believe that we started at 9 o'clock and it's already 5 to 2. So it's been really 5 long hours that we've engaged with each other. But as we round up and as I'm getting to the closing, we will close exactly at 2 o'clock as I promised. Upcoming training sessions, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, please keep an eye on the same platforms that you've got the links up for this session. We will start with training next week. We will start with the training sessions, and this will be where we prepare students for how to navigate the myUnisa, myModule site. And then in early September, we will start the preparation for exams, how to get onto the exam sets, how to prepare for the exams. So watch this space, because we will also have a special training on student well-being, which we're opening our executive director, Professor Magano, will be able to run for us, really on student well-being way in advance before you actually start engaging with the exams as well. Also, the recording for today's session, it's 5 long hours, but I'm hoping that we can have some timestamps in between. And we will also post the recording on our YouTube channel. We will also put it on the Facebook channel, the Unisa Facebook channel as well. And then we will also put the recording on, we'll ask the colleges to distribute the recording on the links for their own social media spaces as well. At this time, as I round up, let me just quickly do a quick vote of thanks to some key people. Our Executive Director for the Department of Tuition Support, Facilitation of Learning, Professor Magano. Thank you very much for your warm welcome words and for also being with us throughout the day. You've actually stayed with us for 5 hours. The second is all our presenters. Our presenters have done excellent work in preparing themselves for the day, really capturing the essence of what we need to transform into or transition into the next semester, and also those key information that you need. So really thank you for taking the time to articulate this so clearly for us. And then also our producers. We also want to thank our producers at the back end. We have 3 producers that were working, Richard, David, and Bongi. Thank you very much for assisting us with the production of today's session. And we have also had a group of colleagues that are from the different ADO, from Student Retention Unit, from the colleges, different support departments that have been assisting with the chat and the questions that have been coming up. So thank you very much, colleagues, for also your efficiency in the way that you've conducted the questions and the surveys as well, the responses as well. And then second to last, my co-producer facilitator, so my co-facilitator today, Ms. Sophie Mabaza. Thank you very much for your time, and I can't believe you pulled 5 long hours with us as well. So thank you very much for that. And last but not least, I've seen for 5 hours, but our student numbers have been relatively stable within those 5 hours. So thank you to all of the students that have stayed with us for the 5 hours, that have really engaged us and actually created this opportunity for us to also give you this information. Without you, we wouldn't have had a successful event. So we thank you for taking the time. And at this time, we all want to say, as we really wish you, as a team from UNISA, all the presenters, facilitators, we really want to wish you all the best as you enter into the second semester and you prepare yourself for the examinations at the end of the year. But more specifically, this is a journey, and we want to walk with you as UNISA and the different support departments and the academics through this journey, so that you actually enjoy the process and learn from the process and grow with the process as well. So thank you very much, and remember that we are here for you. So please do contact us on the various mediums that we have discussed today, and we will use this opportunity to engage you and provide as much support as we can to make this successful. So from my side, my co-facilitator, Ms. Sophie Mabaza, and the rest of the team, we wish you well and hope you have a good rest of the day, and we will see you sometime soon in the next training sessions early next week. So thank you very much, and we wish you all the best. Stay well and God bless.